Hello everyone, and welcome back to X-Ranger. Before we begin, I thought it would be interesting if each of you could leave a comment indicating which part of the world you're joining us from. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the episodes. Now let's get comfortable, relax, and start our program. I wiped sweat from my forehead as I pedaled up another steep incline. My 14-year-old legs burned with effort, while my 12-year-old brother John seemed to glide effortlessly ahead of me, his bike kicking up dirt as he navigated the rough trail. "Slow down!" I shouted, my voice barely carrying through the thick summer air. John just laughed, standing up on his pedals to gain more speed. "Come on, Marcus, you're so slow!" Our annual Fletcher family camping trip to Willow Creek Forest had begun, like all the others. Dad's overcrowded SUV, Mom's endless checklist, John's constant fidgeting in the back seat, and me stuck in the middle with my headphones trying to drown out everyone else. 3 hours of driving from our home in Elkhorn, Ohio to the northern woods that seemed to exist in another world entirely. We'd arrived at noon, and by 2 o'clock, Dad and Mom were still setting up our campsite, arranging the tent, organizing the cooking gear, and arguing about the proper way to hang the food bag to keep bears away. "Why don't you boys go explore for a bit?" Mom had suggested, clearly wanting us out of the way. "Just be back before dark." That was all the invitation we needed. Within minutes, John and I had our bikes and were tearing down the main campground road. "I found a new trail yesterday when I was looking at the map," John said, pulling a folded paper from his pocket. "It's not on the regular camping guides. Bet no one else has been on it." "How do you know it exists if it's not on the guides?" I asked. John tapped his finger on a thin line drawn in pencil on the official map. "Park ranger marked it for me. Said it was an old logging trail they're thinking about opening up next year." Now, 20 minutes later, I was regretting letting John choose our route. The trail had started off normal enough. Packed dirt, occasional rocks, nothing too challenging. But as we rode deeper into the forest, the path narrowed and grew rougher. Tree roots crossed our way like gnarled fingers. Low branches forced us to duck. The forest around us thickened until the sunlight barely filtered through the canopy above. "John, wait up," I called again. But my brother was already rounding a bend ahead, his blue t-shirt disappearing among the green foliage. I pushed harder, my thighs burning, lungs straining. The summer heat stuck to my skin like a wet blanket. The woods had grown unnaturally quiet. No birds, no squirrels, just the sound of my labored breathing and tires crunching over dead leaves and twigs. As I rounded the bend where John had disappeared, I expected to see him waiting, or at least visible further down the trail. Instead, the path ahead was empty. The trees had grown so dense that the trail seemed to vanish into a tunnel of green and brown. "John," I called, slowing my bike to a stop. "John!" No answer. I checked my watch, 4:17 p.m. We still had plenty of daylight left, but the forest seemed darker here, as if evening was already setting in beneath the thick canopy. I began pedaling again. More slowly now, my eyes scanning the trail for any sign of my brother. That's when I noticed movement to my right, just off the trail. At first, I thought it might be John trying to scare me. He was always pulling pranks like that. I stopped pedaling and put one foot down on the ground to balance. "Very funny, John," I said, straining to see into the dense underbrush. "You got me, okay? Come out now." The undergrowth rustled again, branches cracking under what sounded like heavy footsteps. Too heavy for a 12-year-old boy. "Hello?" I called, my voice cracking slightly. The movement stopped. Then, slowly, something emerged from behind a large oak tree about 20 feet off the trail. At first, I could only make out a dark shape, taller than the surrounding bushes. Much taller. I squinted, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. As my eyes adjusted, the figure took clearer form, and my stomach dropped. It stood upright on 2 legs, like a man, but there was nothing human about it. It towered at least 8 feet tall, its body covered entirely in thick, matted hair. Not fur exactly, but long, shaggy hair that hung in clumps, dark brown or black, hard to tell in the shadows. Its arms hung at its sides, unnaturally long, the hands, if you could call them that, nearly reaching its knees. But it was the eyes that made my blood run cold. They didn't reflect light like an animal's eyes should. They glowed with their own pale, yellowish light, like two small lanterns set deep in its face. We stared at each other for what felt like minutes, but was probably only seconds. I couldn't move, I couldn't breathe. Then the wind shifted, and the smell hit me, a stench so powerful I nearly gagged. It was like roadkill left in the summer sun for days, mixed with the worst locker room smell imaginable. Rotten meat, unwashed body, and something else I couldn't identify, but that made my eyes water. The creature's chest heaved with heavy breaths. A low rumbling sound came from it, not quite a growl, deeper than that, almost like the idling engine of a large truck. My fingers gripped the handlebars so tightly, my knuckles turned white. Every instinct screamed at me to flee, but my muscles had locked in place. The creature took one step forward, its movement oddly fluid despite its massive size. A branch snapped under its weight. The sound like a gunshot in the silent forest. That sound broke my paralysis. Without conscious thought, I pushed off with my foot and began pedaling furiously. I didn't look back. I didn't call out for John again. I just rode as fast as my trembling legs would carry me, branches whipping against my arms and face as I tore down the trail. I had no idea which way led back to camp. I just followed the path, taking forks that seemed to lead downhill, hoping they would eventually connect to the main campground road. My heart pounded so hard, I felt it might burst from my chest. The sound of my own panicked breathing filled my ears. After what seemed like an eternity, the trees began to thin. Patches of sunlight broke through the canopy. The trail widened and eventually merged with a more established path. I recognized a wooden marker with Campground Loop carved into it and nearly cried with relief. 5 minutes later, I skidded into our campsite, my bike throwing up dirt as I hit the brakes too hard. Dad was arranging firewood while Mum organized the cooler. And there, sitting on a log and drinking from a juice box, was John. "Where have you been?" he asked casually. I waited for like 10 minutes at that fork in the trail. I dropped my bike and bent over, hands on my knees, trying to catch my breath. You made it back?" "Yeah, the trail loops around. Didn't you see the sign? I thought you were right behind me until I got to the fork. Then I waited, but you never showed up, so I figured you turned back." Mum looked up from the cooler. "Marcus, are you okay? You look like you've seen a ghost." I swallowed, my throat dry. "There was something in the woods, something huge." "What, like a bear?" Dad asked, suddenly alert. I shook my head. "No, it stood upright. It was tall, really tall, and covered in hair. Its eyes—" I shuddered at the memory. "Its eyes glowed." Mom laughed. "Sounds like you found Bigfoot." "I'm serious," I snapped. "It was right there, staring at me. And the smell, God, the smell was horrible." "Probably a black bear that stood up to check you out," Mom said, returning to her organizing. "They do that sometimes." "It wasn't a bear." My voice rose sharply. "It was at least 8 feet tall. It had arms almost to the ground." John was watching me with wide eyes, his juice box forgotten. "You really saw something?" "Yes," I insisted. I turned to Dad, expecting him to dismiss my story too, but the look on his face stopped me cold. He had gone very still, the piece of firewood in his hands forgotten. "Dad?" I asked. He blinked, then seemed to shake himself. "Where exactly were you when you saw this thing?" I described the trail as best I could, the dense part where the sunlight barely penetrated, the sharp bend where John had disappeared from view. Dad nodded slowly. "That area is pretty remote. Not many people go there." He set down the firewood and dusted off his hands. From now on, new rule, nobody goes on the trails alone. We stick together as a family, or at minimum, you boys stay together. No exceptions. Mom looked at Dad curiously. Tom, you don't actually believe... I'm just saying it's not safe for the boys to be out there alone. Dad cut her off. If Marcus saw a bear or even a deer that spooked him, better safe than sorry. But it wasn't, I began. Dinner in an hour, Dad interrupted, his tone making it clear the discussion was over. Why don't you boys help your mother set up the camp stove? That night, as we sat around the campfire, I couldn't stop scanning the dark tree lines surrounding our campsite. Every rustle of leaves, every crack of a twig made me jump. John, initially skeptical, had grown increasingly interested in my story and kept asking for details I'd rather have forgotten. Did it have big feet? Was its face like a man or an ape? Did it have fangs? I don't know, I answered truthfully. I didn't see its feet. Its face was shadowed. I mostly saw its eyes and its outline. But you're sure it wasn't a bear? John pressed. Positive. Bears don't have glowing eyes. Some animals' eyes reflect light and can look like they're glowing, Mom interjected from across the fire. Raccoons, deer, all kinds of nocturnal creatures. It wasn't reflection, I insisted. They glowed from within, like yellowish light bulbs. Dad had been unusually quiet all evening. He poked at the fire with a stick, sending sparks swirling up into the night sky. When he finally spoke, his voice was low. Time for bed. Big day of hiking tomorrow. But Dad, John started. No buts. Into the tent now. Later, as John and I lay in our sleeping bags, I whispered, Dad knows something. John rolled over to face me. What do you mean? Did you see how he reacted when I told my story? He didn't laugh it off like Mom, and he made that new rule about not going on trails alone. John was quiet for a moment. Maybe he's just being cautious. No, it's more than that. He recognized what I was describing. So you think Dad's seen it too? The creature? Maybe. I rolled onto my back, staring at the tent ceiling. He comes up here fishing sometimes without us. Has for years. Should we ask him tomorrow? I considered this. I don't know if he'll tell us. Did you see how he shut down the conversation? Outside our tent, branches rustled in the breeze. An owl hooted somewhere in the distance. Normal forest sounds, but each one made my heart rate tick up slightly. I don't think I'll be able to sleep, I admitted. Me neither, John said. But within 15 minutes his breathing had deepened into the steady rhythm of sleep. I lay awake much longer, listening to the night sounds, my mind replaying the encounter over and over, those eyes, that smell, the way it had just stood there, watching me, before turning and disappearing into the underbrush. I must have eventually fallen asleep, because the next thing I knew, early morning light was filtering through the tent fabric. The campsite came alive with the sounds of Dad stoking the fire and Mom preparing breakfast. John was already up and out of the tent. For the remaining 4 days of our camping trip, Dad enforced his new rules strictly. We hiked as a family, fished as a family, even gathered firewood as a family. John complained about not being able to explore on his own, but Dad was unmovable. It's not safe, was all he would say when pressed. I never saw the creature again during that trip. As the days passed with no further incidents, I almost began to doubt my own memory. Had it really been as tall as I remembered? Had the eyes actually glowed? Or was it just a trick of the forest light? But then I would recall the stench, so distinct and overwhelming, and I knew I hadn't imagined it. On our last night, while Mom and John were off brushing their teeth at the campground bathroom, I found Dad alone by the dying campfire. Dad, I said, sitting down beside him, that thing I saw in the woods, you know what it was, don't you? Dad didn't answer immediately. He poked at the embers with his stick, his face partially hidden in shadow. I don't know what you saw, Marcus, he finally said, but you've seen something similar. I pressed. "That's why you made the rule about not going off alone." Dad sighed and set down his stick. "These woods are old, son. People have been coming here for generations, and there have always been stories." "What kind of stories?" "Stories about things that can't be explained, things that don't fit into neat categories." He looked at me directly. "I come here for the fishing, but also because this place, it reminds us that we don't know everything, that there are still mysteries in the world." "So you have seen it," I whispered. Dad was quiet for so long I thought he wasn't going to answer. Then he said, "When I was about your age, my father brought me up here fishing. I wandered off one evening just before sunset. There was a creek I wanted to check out." He trailed off, his eyes distant. "What happened?" I prompted when he didn't continue. "I never told anyone this. Not even your mother." Dad's voice had dropped so low I had to lean in to hear him. "I found the creek. It was pretty small, really just a trickle through some rocks. I was about to head back when I heard something moving through the trees, heavy footsteps, breaking branches." My skin prickled with goosebumps despite the warmth of the fire. "I hid behind a big boulder," Dad continued. "The footsteps got closer, then I smelled it, like nothing I'd ever smelled before or since, until you described it yesterday." "You saw it too," I breathed. Dad nodded slowly, just for a moment. It passed by my hiding spot, not 20 feet away, tall, covered in hair, moving on 2 legs, but not like a man walks, more fluid, more powerful. "Did it see you?" "No, or if it did, it chose to ignore me. It crossed the creek and disappeared into the trees on the other side." Dad took a deep breath. "I ran back to camp and never told a soul. Who would believe me? But I never went into these woods alone again." We sat in silence, the fire crackling softly between us. In the distance, I could hear Mom and John returning, their voices carrying through the still night air. "Do you know what it is?" I asked quietly. Dad shook his head. "No, and maybe that's for the best. Some things aren't meant to be classified and catalogued. Some things just are." Mom and John appeared at the edge of the firelight, and Dad straightened up, his expression closing like a book being shut. "Ready for bed?" he asked with forced cheerfulness. "Early start tomorrow for the drive home." That night, lying in my sleeping bag for the last time, I listened to the sounds of the forest with new awareness. Whatever was out there, whatever Dad and I had both encountered, it was still there, moving through the trees, watching with those glowing eyes. We left Willow Creek Forest the next morning. As our SUV wound down the access road, I looked back at the dense wall of trees receding behind us. Somewhere in those shadows, something ancient and unexplainable continued its solitary existence. And though I've never returned to those particular woods, I've never forgotten what I saw that summer day in 2019. Some nights, when the wind rattles my bedroom window and the shadows seem deeper than usual, I still catch myself scanning the darkness, half expecting to see those glowing yellow eyes staring back at me, and sometimes, just on the edge of sleep, I swear I can still smell that distinctive, nauseating odor, a reminder that there are things in this world that defy explanation, no matter how hard we try to deny their existence. Story 2. The windshield wipers couldn't keep up with the downpour. I squinted through the foggy glass, my knuckles white on the steering wheel of our Ford F-150. Elena sat beside me, scrolling through her phone, the blue light illuminating her face in the darkness of the cab. "Thomas, can you turn the heat down? The window's fogging up even worse," she said, not looking up. I adjusted the dial and wiped condensation from the inside of my window with my sleeve. Damn weather. Wasn't supposed to rain tonight. That was our life in winter 2012. We'd bought one of the first houses in Whispering Pines, a new subdivision carved out of old farmland outside Nashville. The developer had big plans: community pool, walking trails, maybe even a small shopping center. But for now, it was just scattered houses connected by freshly paved roads, surrounded by dense woods, creeks, and overgrown fields. We'd been at a dinner with friends in town and were heading home along Muddy Creek Road, a winding two-lane stretch I'd grown to hate at night. No streetlights, no shoulder in some parts, and wildlife constantly darting across. Tonight was especially bad. One of my headlights had burned out last week, and I hadn't gotten around to replacing it. The rain beat against the roof in a constant roar. I flipped on my high beams to compensate for the burned-out light, illuminating the wet asphalt ahead and the thick wall of trees on either side. "Slow down, Tom," Elena said, finally looking up from her phone. "Remember that deer from last month?" I eased off the gas. We were approaching a series of S-curves that followed the contour of Muddy Creek. The road dipped and curved through what used to be prime hunting land before the developers moved in. I'd seen everything from coyotes to wild turkeys on this stretch. "I'm going 30 already," I said, but still tapped the brakes. The truck slowed to a crawl as we entered the first curve. That's when I saw the movement at the edge of my high beams. Something large shifting between the trees about 50 yards ahead. "Did you see that?" I asked, slowing even more. Elena leaned forward, squinting through the rain-streaked windshield. "What? Another deer?" "No, something bigger." As we inched forward, my high beams caught it clearly, and I felt my breath catch in my throat. "Holy shit," Elena whispered. Standing at the forest's edge was the largest bipedal creature I'd ever seen. Not a bear, not a man in a costume, something else entirely. I pulled onto the narrow gravel shoulder, the truck's tires crunching to a stop. I kept the engine running and the headlights trained on the thing. "What are you doing?" Eleanor hissed. "Why are we stopping?" "Look at it," was all I could say. The creature stood at least 8 feet tall. Its body was entirely covered in thick, matted hair, a rust-brown color that looked dirty and tangled. But what struck me most was how it moved. Despite its massive size, it walked with fluid grace along the tree line, taking enormous strides that would have required a human to leap rather than step. "Tom, what is that?" Elena's voice had dropped to a whisper, as if the thing might hear us through the closed windows and engine noise. "I don't know." The creature had an oval-shaped head with what looked like a flat face and nose, though it was hard to make out details through the thick hair. Its arms hung exceptionally long at its sides, reaching almost to its knees. The proportions were all wrong for a human. The legs too long, the torso too short and barrel-shaped. We sat frozen, watching as it reached up, way up, and casually snapped off a branch from a pine tree. Its hands worked with obvious dexterity, stripping the branch and extracting pine cones. It methodically broke them apart and brought them to what I assumed was its mouth, never once pausing in its steady walking pace. "It's eating," I said, stating the obvious because I needed to say something, anything to confirm this was real. "Should we go? Tom, we should go." Elena's hand gripped my arm, her nails digging in through my jacket, but I couldn't move. I was transfixed. The creature was now parallel to our truck, about 30 feet away, separated from us by a shallow ditch. The most unsettling thing was how it completely ignored us. Our headlights illuminated it fully. A vehicle had stopped on a rural road and was shining lights directly at it, yet it showed absolutely no acknowledgement of our presence. "It doesn't care that we're here," I said. "Or it hasn't noticed us," Elena countered, her voice tight with fear. How could it not notice the headlights? As if in answer to my question, the creature suddenly changed direction. With no hesitation, no cautious looking both ways, it stepped onto the road directly in front of our truck. Eleanor gasped. I instinctively hit the brakes harder, though we were already stopped. In just 3 massive strides, it crossed the entire width of the 2-lane road. Its feet made no sound that I could hear over the rain. It moved with purpose, like it was following a trail only it could see. Then it disappeared down the embankment on the other side, heading toward the creek that gave the road its name. We sat in silence for at least 30 seconds. "Did that just happen?" Elena finally asked, her voice shaking. I realized I'd been holding my breath and let it out slowly. Yeah, it did." "What was it?" I shook my head. "I don't know. Not a bear. Not a man." "Bigfoot?" She said it half-jokingly, but neither of us laughed. My hands were trembling as I put the truck in drive. "Let's get home." Elena kept her eyes fixed on the spot where the creature had disappeared. "Shouldn't we, I don't know, call someone?" "Who? The police? And tell them what?" Despite my words, I was already thinking about who I should report this to. The local sheriff? Wildlife services? We drove the remaining 3 miles to our house in silence, both of us watching the woods on either side of the road with new wariness. Our home had seemed so peaceful before. One of 8 houses completed in a subdivision planned for eventually hundreds. Now, the surrounding forest felt ominous. I parked in our garage and hit the button to close the door immediately, something I didn't usually bother with. Inside, I double-checked all the locks while Eleanor poured us both glasses of whiskey. "We need to talk about what we just saw," she said, handing me a tumbler with 2 fingers of bourbon. I took a long swallow, welcoming the burn. It was at least 8 feet tall and covered in hair, moving on 2 legs. We spent the next hour reconstructing every detail, trying to rationalize what we'd seen. A man in a costume, not with those proportions and that fluid movement. A bear, wrong shape entirely, and bears don't walk exclusively on hind legs for that long. Some unknown species, here 30 minutes from downtown Nashville. "Whatever it was," Eleanor said finally, "it knew exactly where it was going. It was following some kind of path." I nodded. "A game trail, maybe. This area was all farmland and hunting grounds before they started developing it." "Should we tell someone?" she asked again. "Yeah," I decided. "Tomorrow I'll call the sheriff. Whatever it was big enough to be dangerous." That night, I barely slept. Every creak of our new house's frame, every gust of wind against the windows had me sitting up, straining to hear. I kept picturing those long, powerful strides, the casual strength it took to snap that branch, the complete lack of interest it had shown in us. It hadn't behaved like a wild animal cautious of humans. It had behaved like we were irrelevant. The next morning, I called the Davidson County Sheriff's Office. The dispatcher transferred me to a deputy named Harlan Mills. "Mr. Reynolds," he drawled after I'd introduced myself. "What can I help you with today?" I took a deep breath. "I need to report a sighting of, well, I'm not sure what it was." "Go on." His tone remained professional, but I detected a note of skepticism already. I described what we'd seen. The height, the hair, the bipedal movement, the location. I was careful to stick to observable facts, not speculation. When I finished, Deputy Mills was quiet for a moment. "So, you're reporting a Bigfoot sighting. That what I'm hearing?" "I didn't say that," I replied, feeling defensive. "I'm just telling you what my wife and I saw. It was huge, it was walking on 2 legs, and it didn't behave like any animal I'm familiar with." "And you say this was on Muddy Creek Road, near the new Whispering Pines development?" "Yes, about 3 miles west of our subdivision, where the road curves along the creek." "Well, Mr. Reynolds, I appreciate you calling this in. We've had reports of unusual wildlife in that area before. Lot of habitat disruption with all the construction." His tone was placating. He didn't believe me. "This wasn't a confused deer or a black bear, Deputy," I insisted. "This thing was 8 feet tall." "I understand, sir. I'll make a note of your report. If we get any similar calls or complaints about large wildlife in the area, we'll look into it further." I thanked him and hung up, unsatisfied. Elena looked at me expectantly. "They're not going to do anything," I told her. "He thinks we saw a bear. Or maybe that we're crackpots? Should we tell someone else, a newspaper, one of those cryptozoology websites? I shook my head. No. I'm not interested in becoming the local Bigfoot crazies. Over the next few weeks, I found myself taking different routes home, avoiding Muddy Creek Road after dark. I bought a more powerful flashlight that I kept in my truck and replaced my burned-out headlight. I even considered purchasing a handgun, something I'd never felt the need for before. Elena and I talked about the sighting less and less, but I could tell it weighed on her too. She stopped taking her evening walks around our half-built neighborhood. Instead, she joined a gym in Nashville. Too cold for outdoor walks anyway, she explained, but I knew better. About a month after our sighting, the pace of construction in Whispering Pines suddenly accelerated. The developer had secured additional funding, and heavy equipment appeared overnight. Bulldozers cleared the remaining forest between our section and the main road. Crews drained the smaller ponds and rerouted parts of the creek into underground culverts. The peaceful rural landscape that had attracted us to the area rapidly transformed into a suburban construction zone. One evening, I ran into our neighbor Jeff Simmons while taking out the trash. Jeff worked for the County Planning Commission and had a finger on the pulse of local development. "Quite a change, huh?" he remarked, gesturing to the cleared land where Forest had stood just weeks before. "Yeah," I agreed. "They're moving faster than expected." Jeff leaned in, lowering his voice, though no one else was around. "Word is, they found something out there that spooked them, made them decide to clear it all at once, instead of in phases." I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the winter air. "Found something? Like what?" He shrugged. "Don't know exactly. But my buddy in the permits office said they filed for an emergency work order. Unusual for residential development. Typically only see those for hazardous conditions." "Hazardous how? Like sinkholes? Chemical waste?" "Not sure. But they're clearing everything right down to bare earth. Even areas they originally planned to leave as natural features in the brochures." I thought about telling Jeff what Elena and I had seen, but something held me back. Instead, I just nodded and said, "Interesting." That night, I told Elena about my conversation with Jeff. "You think it's related?" she asked. "To what we saw?" "I don't know, but it's a hell of a coincidence." She was quiet for a moment. "I've been doing some reading about Bigfoot sightings in Tennessee. And there are quite a few, especially in areas with water sources, rivers, creeks. Some of the older reports from this region describe exactly what we saw. The height, the rust-colored hair, the way it ignored people. I didn't know what to make of that information. Part of me wanted to dig deeper to validate what we'd experienced. Another part wanted to forget it entirely. As winter turned to spring, Whispering Pines filled with new houses and new neighbors. The woods I'd once found so appealing were now reduced to decorative stands of trees between cookie-cutter homes. The creek that had once meandered through natural bends was now straight-channeled, where visible and buried in concrete pipes elsewhere. We never saw the creature again. Sometimes on rainy nights when I drive home along newly widened roads, I find myself scanning the edges of the remaining woods. But the truth is, whatever passed in front of our truck that night no longer has a place here. We've paved over its paths, filled in its water sources, cut down its trees. I never received any follow-up from the sheriff's office. I never pursued it further. Sometimes Elena and I still discuss it, trying to make sense of what we saw. Was it some unknown species, a survivor from a time before humans dominated the landscape, or something else entirely? I don't have answers. All I know is what I saw. 8 feet tall, rust-brown hair, walking upright with impossible grace, breaking apart pine cones with dexterous hands, crossing a road in 3 strides, and most unsettling of all, completely indifferent to our presence, as if humans were so inconsequential it didn't even register our existence. Maybe that's why it stayed with me all these years. Not just the shock of seeing something that shouldn't exist, but the humbling reminder that for all our roads and houses and development, we may not be the only intelligent creatures walking these Tennessee hills at night. Story 3. The heat hit me like a wall when I stepped off the plane at Miami International in June 1970. My blouse stuck to my back before I even reached the terminal. Baby Michael wailed against my shoulder, his face red and damp. Mom shuffled behind me, carrying our bags and looking just as miserable in the oppressive Florida humidity. "Good Lord, Kathy, how do people live in this?" she muttered, wiping sweat from her forehead. "We don't have much choice, Mom," I replied, bouncing Michael gently to soothe him. "Not until the Army decides where to send us to join Jack." The taxi ride to Homestead Air Force Base took us past endless stretches of swampland. Spanish moss hung from cypress trees like old men's beards. Tall sawgrass swayed in what little breeze managed to stir the thick air. I'd never seen anything like it, beautiful in a wild, untamed way, but somehow threatening too. Our assigned housing was better than I'd feared, a small but clean 2-bedroom unit near the edge of the base. The back window faced a stretch of natural Florida swampland that extended toward the Everglades. The air conditioning worked, which was all that really mattered to me. After unloading our sparse belongings, I put Michael down for a nap and collapsed on the sofa. "How long did they say you'd be here?" Mom asked, unpacking groceries we'd picked up on the way. 2 months, maybe 3. Then we'll join Jack in Germany. "At least you'll escape hurricane season," she said. "The cabbie mentioned they're predicting a bad one this year." I nodded, too exhausted to respond. Jack had been gone 6 weeks already. The separation felt like a physical ache. I missed his steady presence, his laugh, the way he'd take the baby in the morning so I could sleep an extra hour. Now it was just me, Michael, and the crushing responsibility of keeping us both together until we could reunite our family. That first week passed in a blur of paperwork, orientation meetings, and sleepless nights with a fussy baby. Mom was a godsend, cooking meals and handling Michael when my patience wore thin. By the second week, we'd established a routine. I'd check in at the base admin office each morning to see if there were any updates on our transfer, then return home to the endless cycle of diapers, feedings, and short, fitful naps. The evening of June 17th changed everything. We were watching the local news after dinner, the windows rattling from an approaching thunderstorm. The weatherman pointed to swirling cloud patterns over the Gulf, warning about potential tropical development. And now, to a disturbing story from the edge of the Everglades, the anchor said, his expression grave. A local rancher made a gruesome discovery this morning on his property near Cypress Hollow, just west of Homestead Air Force Base. The screen cut to footage of a farm. Yellow police tape fluttered in the breeze. Deputies in khaki uniforms stood in a circle, looking down at something the camera carefully avoided. The body of a prize quarter horse was discovered under bizarre circumstances, the reporter explained. According to authorities, the animal's head was completely severed from its body in what they're describing as an unusual and troubling manner. The camera panned to show a dark brown horse lying in tall grass. I gasped and covered my mouth. The animal's body lay perfectly intact, no signs of struggle or additional wounds. Several feet away lay its head, removed with surgical precision. "That's just awful," Mom said, shaking her head. "Some sick person out there." I was about to agree when the reporter continued. "What makes this case particularly strange is the lack of blood at the scene and the clean nature of the injury. We spoke with wildlife investigator Sam Jenkins about this disturbing finding." The camera cut to a middle-aged man with a weathered face and a badge pinned to his shirt pocket. He removed his hat and wiped sweat from his brow. "In my 23 years doing this job, I ain't never seen nothing like it," Jenkins said. "No animal I know of could do this. Not a panther, not a gator. Whatever did this, it ain't... Well, I'm not convinced it's human." "What are you suggesting, investigator?" the reporter asked. Jenkins looked uncomfortable. "Folks round here have reported strange things in these swamps for generations. Big creatures, walking upright, sounds that don't match no known animal." "Are you referring to what some people call Bigfoot or skunk ape sightings?" The investigator shifted his weight. "I'm not saying that's what this is, but whatever did this had tremendous strength. And look here." The camera followed him to a muddy patch near the horse's body. There, pressed clearly into the soft earth, was an enormous footprint, at least 16 inches long, with 5 distinct toe impressions. "This here print is fresh, and it ain't human, and it sure ain't from any animal native to Florida." Mom scoffed. "Oh, please, they're really reaching for viewers now." I didn't respond. Something about that footprint made my skin crawl. The storm outside intensified, rain lashing against the windows as if trying to get in. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every crack of thunder made me jolt upright in bed. The image of that severed horse head kept flashing in my mind. Around 3 a.m., the storm finally passed, leaving behind a heavy silence, broken only by the drip of water from the eaves. I got up to check on Michael. He slept peacefully in his crib, tiny fists curled beside his face. I watched his chest rise and fall, feeling that fierce, protective love that had overwhelmed me since his birth 4 months ago. Outside the nursery window, the swamp stretched dark and mysterious beyond the base perimeter fence. As I turned to go back to bed, a sound froze me in place. A low, mournful moan drifted from the swamp, not quite animal, not quite human. It rose in pitch, held for several seconds, then faded. I told myself it was just a panther. Florida had panthers, right? But deep down I knew it wasn't. No big cat made sounds like that. I hurried back to bed and pulled the covers up to my chin, feeling ridiculous. I was 24 years old, a military wife and mother, not some frightened child. Yet I lay awake until dawn broke, listening for that sound to repeat. The next day, I mentioned it casually to a neighbor while hanging laundry outside. "Oh, you heard the Glades Mona," she said matter-of-factly. "Don't worry about it. It's just swamp gas or something." "Swamp gas doesn't make moaning sounds," I pointed out. She shrugged. "Well, whatever it is, it's been around forever. My husband says the guys at the base joke about it. Some of them claim they've seen something big moving in the trees at night. The old-timers call it the Cypress Man." I wanted to dismiss it, but over the next few days, I became increasingly aware of strange occurrences. Twice I found the back gate unlatched in the morning, though I distinctly remembered checking it the night before. The birds and insects would sometimes fall silent simultaneously, creating unnatural pockets of quiet in the usually noisy swamp. Once, while taking Michael for a walk in his stroller, I spotted a cluster of palmetto fronds bent and broken in a way that seemed deliberate, almost like a marker. Then came the footprints. I discovered them one morning, after a heavy overnight rain, 3 distinct impressions in the mud just beyond our back fence. They matched exactly what I'd seen on the news report, enormous feet with 5 toes, much larger than any human foot. They led from the deeper swamp toward our house, then abruptly disappeared at the fence line. I called the base security office, but the officer who responded seemed more annoyed than concerned. "Ma'am, we get these reports every few months," he said, barely glancing at the prints. "Kids playing pranks, most likely. Nothing to worry about." "Kids don't have 17-inch feet," I insisted. He sighed. "Look, I understand you're alone with your baby and it can get scary, but there's nothing out there in those swamps except gators, snakes, and the occasional panther. I'll note your report, but there's really nothing we can do." Mum was more sympathetic, but equally dismissive. "Kathy, honey, you're stressed about Jack being gone and the upcoming move. Your imagination is just working overtime." Maybe they were right. Maybe the isolation and responsibility were getting to me. I tried to focus on practical matters. packing up non-essentials, filling out endless military transfer forms, keeping Michael on his schedule. But each night I found myself standing at the back window, staring into the swamp, waiting. 5 nights after finding the footprints, I heard it again. That same mournful call, but closer this time. Much closer. It was nearly midnight. Mom had gone to bed hours earlier. Michael was asleep. The house was quiet except for the hum of the air conditioner. The sound came again, a long, undulating moan that seemed to vibrate through the walls. Heart pounding, I grabbed the flashlight we kept by the back door and went to the window. The half moon provided just enough light to see the outline of trees at the swamp's edge. I switched on the flashlight and swept its beam across our small backyard, over the fence, and into the first line of cypress trees. Nothing. I was about to turn away when movement caught my eye. Something dark and massive shifted between 2 large trees about 50 yards from the fence. I trained the flashlight in that direction and saw it, a figure standing upright among the cypresses. It was tall, at least 7 feet, maybe more. Broad-shouldered and covered in what looked like dark matted fur. It stood perfectly still, half hidden behind a tree trunk. I couldn't make out distinct features except for its size and general shape. Human-like, but wrong somehow. Too big, too proportionally off. I stood frozen, flashlight beam fixed on the spot, afraid to move, afraid to breathe. Then it shifted, stepping partially out from behind the tree. That's when I saw its eyes. They caught the flashlight beam and reflected back a deep, bloody red, 2 glowing orbs in the darkness. No animal I knew had eyes like that. They weren't just reflecting light, they seemed to generate their own terrible glow. The creature took another step forward, and I could see more clearly now. Its arms hung longer than a human's should, nearly to its knees. Its head sat directly on massive shoulders, with no discernible neck. And those eyes, intelligent, aware, fixed directly on me. It knew I was watching. It wanted me to see it. I dropped the flashlight. It hit the floor with a crack that sounded like a gunshot in the quiet house. I scrambled to pick it up, hands shaking violently. When I shined it back toward the trees, the figure was gone. I ran to Michael's room and stood over his crib, heart hammering so hard I thought it might burst from my chest. Should I wake Mom? Call base security again? They'd already dismissed me once. Would they even come if I called about a Bigfoot sighting? I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the rocking chair in Michael's room, jumping at every sound, flashlight clutched in my white-knuckled hand. By morning, I'd almost convinced myself it had been a hallucination brought on by exhaustion and anxiety. Almost. I didn't tell Mom about what I'd seen. Instead, I called Jack's commanding officer and begged him to expedite our transfer orders. I cited depression, isolation, difficulty coping, whatever it took to get us out of there faster. "I'll see what I can do, Mrs. Miller," he said. "But these things take time." Time was exactly what I feared we didn't have. That afternoon, while Mom took Michael for a walk around the base, I went to the base library and asked for any local information about the Everglades. The librarian, an older woman with kind eyes, brought me several books. "Any particular aspect you're interested in?" she asked. "Local legends," I said, "specifically about creatures in the swamp." Her expression changed. "Ah, you've heard something, haven't you?" I nodded, not trusting my voice. She glanced around, then leaned closer. "My husband was stationed here for 20 years before retiring. The things he heard from the men who patrolled the perimeter at night." She shook her head. "The native tribes had names for it. The Spanish explorers wrote about encounters with hair-covered giants. Every few years, livestock goes missing or turns up mutilated." "Have you ever seen it?" I whispered. "No," she admitted, "but I've heard it. That call it makes. Once you hear it, you never forget it." She handed me a thin book with a faded cover. "This was written by a local historian in the 50s. It's not officially endorsed, but it contains collected accounts going back over 100 years. I spent hours reading reports of encounters. Details varied, but certain elements remained consistent. The creature's height, the red eyes, its apparent intelligence, and its interest in human dwellings. What struck me most were the accounts of mothers who claimed the creature seemed particularly drawn to households with infants. That night, I insisted on keeping Michael's crib in my room. Mom looked concerned, but didn't argue. I placed a kitchen knife under my pillow and wedged a chair under the doorknob. Around 2 a.m., the moaning call came again. This time, it sounded like it was right outside the window. Michael stirred in his sleep but didn't wake. I lay rigid under the covers, knife clutched in my hand. As a shadow passed across the moonlight coming through the blinds, something scraped against the exterior wall, a slow, deliberate sound, dragging, testing. The window latch rattled slightly. I heard heavy breathing, wet, thick breaths that didn't sound human. I wanted to scream but couldn't make a sound. The scratching continued, moving from the window to the wall, then to the back door. The doorknob turned slowly, but the deadbolt held. After what seemed like hours, the sounds retreated. Just before dawn, I heard the mournful call one last time, more distant now. When morning came, I found deep scratches on the windowsill and back door. 5 parallel grooves cut into the wood, too high up to have been made by any ordinary animal. A clump of dark, coarse hair was caught in the doorframe. I collected it in a plastic bag, though I had no idea what I'd do with it. That morning, I received a call from the base administrative office. Our transfer had been approved. We would leave for Germany in 3 days. Those 3 days were the longest of my life. I didn't let Michael out of my sight. At night, Mom and I took turns staying awake. I told her everything, showing her the scratches and the hair I'd collected. She didn't dismiss me anymore. "We just need to make it 3 more nights," she said, her face pale but determined. The creature returned each night, its visits becoming more aggressive. The second night, it pounded on the walls, making the whole house shake. The third night, it tried to force the back door open, the wood creaking under tremendous pressure. We huddled in the bathroom with Michael, the only room with no exterior walls or windows, a shotgun borrowed from a neighbor propped against the sink. When dawn broke on our final day, the house was silent. The scratching and pounding had stopped around 4 a.m. We emerged cautiously from the bathroom. The back door was splintered but intact. Deep impressions in the mud showed where it had stood, those same enormous footprints now pressed deep into the earth from its weight as it had pushed against the door. We left for the airport 3 hours before our scheduled departure time. As the taxi pulled away, I looked back at the small house that had become our fortress. At the edge of the swamp, just visible in the morning light, a tall, dark figure stood watching. It raised one long arm, almost like a farewell gesture, then melted back into the trees. I never told Jack the full story. What would I say? That a Bigfoot had stalked our baby, that red eyes had watched us from the swamp, that I'd spent 3 nights clutching a knife while something inhuman tried to break into our home. He would have thought I'd had some kind of breakdown. Sometimes I almost convinced myself that's what happened. Stress, isolation, postpartum anxiety, they can do strange things to a person's mind. But then I remember those eyes, that intelligence, the deliberate way it tested our defenses, the way it seemed fixated on the room where Michael slept. 50 years have passed. Michael has children of his own now. Jack died 5 years ago, never knowing what happened during those weeks at Homestead. But sometimes, on humid summer nights, when the air feels thick and close, I wake to the phantom sound of scratching at my window, and I know that somewhere in the Florida swamplands, something still moves through the cypress trees with purpose and patience, its red eyes scanning darkened windows for what it seeks. Story 4. The headlights cut through the darkness as I steered my pickup down the unmarked dirt road. Forest Service Road 654, according to the faded map I'd grabbed at the ranger station that morning. Melissa sat beside me, her face illuminated by the soft glow of her phone as she checked for service. "Nothing," she said, sliding the device back into her jacket pocket. "Guess we're officially off-grid now." I grinned at her. "That's the whole point, right? Just us and the mountains for one night." It was fall 2006, and we both needed this escape. I'd been working 60-hour weeks at the hardware store I managed in Dawsonville, and Melissa was drowning in paperwork from her job as an elementary school administrator. This overnight trip to the Chattahoochee National Forest was our first chance to breathe in months. The truck jostled over a particularly deep rut, and I slowed down. "Not much farther now," I said, checking the odometer. "Should be a clearing up ahead where we can park." Melissa nodded, staring out the window at the wall of trees, pressing in on either side. The headlights caught their trunks, making them look like prison bars against the pitch-black forest beyond. "It's so dark out here, Ethan," she murmured. "That's why I brought 3 flashlights," I replied, patting my jacket pocket. "Plus the lantern for when we get back." 10 minutes later, I pulled into a small turnout where the dirt road widened slightly. Perfect spot to leave the truck. I cut the engine, and silence immediately swallowed us. No traffic noise, no distant music, no hum of air conditioning. Just the occasional creak of the cooling engine and the whisper of wind through the trees. "Ready for our walk?" I asked, reaching for the door handle. Melissa nodded. "Let me grab my jacket." The air hit me like a slap when I stepped outside. Crisp mountain air with that distinctive fall bite. Had to be in the low 40s. The sky above was incredible, a black canvas dotted with stars you'd never see back in town. I took a deep breath and felt the day's tension begin to melt away. I pulled out my primary flashlight, a heavy maglite I kept for emergencies, and clicked it on. The beam cut a bright path into the darkness ahead. "I figured we'd just walk down the road a bit," I said, as Melissa joined me, zipping up her fleece. "There's supposed to be a nice view of the valley if we go about half a mile." She slipped her hand into mine. "Lead the way, mountain man." We set off down Forest Service Road 654, our footsteps crunching on the gravel. The night surrounded us, the darkness beyond our flashlight beam absolute and complete. I swept the light from side to side occasionally, illuminating the dense woods that pressed close to the road. Once, I caught the reflection of eyes, probably a deer, watching us from between the trees. "Did you see that?" Melissa asked. "Just wildlife," I assured her. "Nothing to worry about." We'd been walking maybe 10 minutes when I first noticed the smell. It was faint at first, just a whiff of something unpleasant that made me wrinkle my nose. I figured it was probably a dead animal somewhere off in the woods, but with each step, the odor grew stronger. "Do you smell that?" Melissa asked, covering her nose with her sleeve. I nodded. "Yeah, pretty rank." The stench was like nothing I'd encountered before, a horrible combination of skunk spray, rotting meat, and damp earth. It reminded me of the time I'd found a raccoon that had died under our shed, but magnified 10 times over. "Probably just some campers who left their trash," I suggested, though something about the smell seemed wrong for that explanation. "Or maybe a dead deer." We continued walking, and I tried breathing through my mouth to avoid the stink. The road curved ahead, bending around the contour of the mountain. As we rounded the first bend, the truck disappeared from view behind us. The smell grew even stronger. "Jesus," I muttered, unable to help myself. "That's brutal." Melissa's grip on my hand tightened. "Maybe we should head back." I hesitated. We'd only been walking about 15 minutes, and I'd wanted to reach that viewpoint. But the stench was becoming almost unbearable, thick enough to taste. "Let's just go around one more bend," I suggested. "If it gets worse, we'll turn around." She nodded reluctantly, and we pressed on. The road curved again, and now we were completely isolated. No sight of the truck behind us, just darkness ahead. My flashlight beam bounced off the trees and rocks, creating shifting shadows that seemed to move of their own accord. That's when it hit me. A sudden, overwhelming sense of dread that settled into my gut like a block of ice. There was no reason for it, no sound or sight that triggered it. Just a primal certainty that something was wrong. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. "Let's turn back," I said abruptly, my voice sounding strange even to my own ears. Melissa didn't argue. She must have felt it too, that unnatural tension in the air, like the moment before a lightning strike. I swung the flashlight in a wide arc, preparing to turn around. That's when the beam caught it. There, at the very edge of the light's reach, maybe 40 feet ahead, stood something on the road. At first, my brain tried to process it as a bear. It had to be a bear standing on its hind legs. But bears don't stand 9 feet tall. Bears don't have shoulders that broad or limbs that long. It was massive, impossibly big, standing directly in our path, motionless except for a slight swaying motion, like it was breathing heavily. The flashlight beam hit its eyes, and they reflected back, not the red or green eyeshine of an animal, but something brighter, more intense, almost like polished glass. My hand froze, keeping the light trained on the figure. I couldn't move, couldn't speak, could barely breathe. It was shaped like a man, but wrong. All wrong. The proportions were off, the arms too long, the torso too broad. It was covered in something dark, fur or hair, I couldn't tell from that distance, but I could see muscle definition, even from 40 feet away. This thing was powerful. "Ethan," Melissa whispered, her voice barely audible. "What is that?" I couldn't answer. My throat had closed up. The thing didn't move toward us. It just stood there, watching, swaying slightly. I got the distinct impression it was assessing us, deciding what to do. Then Melissa screamed. It wasn't a small scream or a startled yelp. It was pure terror, the kind of scream that comes from some ancient part of the human brain, a sound of absolute primal fear. The effect on the creature was immediate. Its head jerked up, and in a movement so fast I could barely track it, it turned and disappeared down the embankment on the right side of the road. One moment it was there, solid as a building, and the next it was gone. I heard the crash of underbrush, the snap of breaking branches, and then nothing. 1 or 2 strides, that's all it took. Something that big shouldn't move that fast. "Go!" I finally found my voice, tugging Melissa's arm. "We need to go now!" But she was frozen in place, her eyes wide and fixed on the spot where the creature had been standing. Her breathing came in short, panicked gasps. "Melissa!" I shook her gently. "We have to get back to the truck." "It was," she stammered. "What was—" "I don't know," I cut her off. "But we need to leave. Right now." The problem was immediately apparent. To get back to the truck, we had to walk past the exact spot where that thing had been standing. The spot where it had disappeared into the woods. Woods that were now filled with the sounds of breaking branches and rustling leaves. It was moving out there, parallel to the road. "Listen to me," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "We're going to walk back to the truck, fast but not running. I've got the flashlight. It's going to be okay." Melissa nodded, but her eyes were unfocused, distant. I wasn't sure she even heard me. I took a deep breath and wrapped my arm around her shoulders. With my free hand, I partially covered the flashlight lens, dimming the beam. Some instinct told me that being highly visible wasn't in our best interest. We started walking back the way we'd come. Each step felt like moving through molasses. The smell was overpowering now, that putrid mixture of skunk, decay, and wet earth. It was all around us, like we were walking through a cloud of it. As we approached the spot where the creature had stood, I heard movement in the woods to our right, something large pushing through the underbrush. I quickened our pace, practically dragging Melissa now. Her feet moved mechanically, but her whole body was rigid with fear. We reached the spot, past it. Nothing leapt out at us. The sounds in the forest continued, always just off to our right, always parallel to our position. It was following us. "Almost there," I whispered, though we still had at least a quarter-mile to go. "Just keep walking." Melissa's breathing had become erratic. "It's following us," she gasped. "I know, don't look." But of course we both did. I swept the dimmed flashlight toward the woods. For a split second, I caught a glimpse of something dark moving between the trees. Something big and upright. Then it was gone. We rounded the first bend, which meant we were closer to the truck. But it also meant we were now walking with our backs to whatever that thing was. Every instinct screamed for me to run, but I forced myself to maintain our pace. Running would make us prey. The sounds in the forest grew louder, snapping branches, rustling leaves, and now a new sound, a low, huffing breath, like something very large breathing through its nose. Melissa whimpered, her nails digging into my arm. "Ethan." "Almost there," I repeated, my own voice strained. "Just a little further." We rounded the final bend, and there was the truck, exactly where we'd left it. The sight of it nearly buckled my knees with relief. Just another 100 yards. That's when we heard it. A deep, rumbling growl from the woods, not like a bear or a mountain lion. Lower, more resonant. It seemed to vibrate in my chest cavity. "Run," I said, all pretense of calm abandoned. "Run!" We broke into a sprint, Melissa finally shaking off her paralysis. The flashlight beam bounced wildly as we ran, throwing distorted shadows across the road. Behind us, something large crashed through the underbrush, no longer moving parallel, but angling toward the road, toward us. I fumbled in my pocket for the truck keys as we ran, nearly dropping them twice before gripping them tightly. 60 yards, 50. The sounds behind us grew louder. The stench was overwhelming now, so thick I could taste it on the back of my tongue. 40 yards, 30. Another growl, closer this time, much closer. 20 yards, 10. We reached the truck, and I shoved Melissa toward the passenger door, my hands shaking so badly I could barely aim the key at the driver's side lock. The trembling beam of the flashlight, wedged under my arm, revealed nothing behind us on the road. But the sounds in the forest had stopped, which was somehow worse. The key finally slid into the lock. I turned it, yanked the door open, and practically fell inside. Melissa was already in the passenger seat, slamming her door shut. "Lock it!" I shouted, fumbling with my own lock. The keys shook in my hand as I tried to get them into the ignition. "It's coming!" Melissa screamed, pointing past me out my window. I didn't look. I didn't need to. I could feel it, a presence, massive and overwhelming, approaching from the darkness beyond the thin glass of my window. The key finally slid home. I turned it, and the engine roared to life. I threw the truck into reverse, hit the gas, and swung the vehicle around in a wild three-point turn, tires spinning on gravel. Then we were racing down the dirt road, the headlights bouncing crazily as we hit every rut and pothole. I didn't slow down until we reached the paved highway, 15 minutes later. "Did you see it?" Melissa asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "At the end, by your window." I shook my head. I felt it, but I didn't look. She nodded, wrapping her arms around herself. She was shaking uncontrollably. "What was that thing, Ethan?" I gripped the steering wheel tighter, my knuckles white. "I don't know." And I didn't. There was no category in my mind for what we'd encountered. It wasn't a bear, it wasn't a man, it was something else entirely. Something that shouldn't exist in the Georgia mountains, or anywhere. That was 17 years ago. Melissa and I are married now with 2 kids and a house in Oak Ridge. We've never gone back to the Chattahoochee National Forest, never gone camping again either. Some experiences change you forever. We didn't talk about it much at first. Who would believe us? Melissa was an assistant principal at the elementary school. I managed the town's largest hardware store. We were respected members of the community. The last thing we needed was to be labeled as crazy. the couple who claimed they saw a monster in the woods. But over the years, I've done research, read books, found online forums where people share similar experiences. There are names for what we might have encountered: Bigfoot, Sasquatch, the skunk ape, but those labels seem inadequate for what we saw that night. Whatever it was real. 9 feet tall, powerfully built, moving with impossible speed and grace through dense forest. The smell, the growls, the watching eyes, all of it etched permanently into my memory. Sometimes when the wind blows from the east carrying the scent of the mountains, I catch a whiff of something that makes my heart race. Just for a second, just enough to remind me, there are things in this world that defy explanation. Things that hide in the darkness beyond our campfires and flashlight beams. I know this with absolute certainty, because I saw one. We both did, and whatever it was, it saw us too. Story 5. Undazed. I never thought I'd be the guy telling a Bigfoot story. Hell, I used to laugh at those shows on TV. But what happened that night in 2003 changed everything I thought I knew about these woods. The digital clock on my dashboard read 11:42 p.m. when I turned onto Route 16, the long stretch of 2-lane blacktop that winds through Whispering Pines County. I'd been working double shifts at the paper mill in Macon, covering for Jim Hadley, who'd thrown out his back. The overtime pay was good, but the drive home to River's Edge was killing me. My eyelids felt like they had lead weights attached. I cracked the window, letting the humid Georgia night air hit my face. The radio was playing some country song I didn't recognize, and I turned it up, hoping it would keep me alert for the remaining 20 miles. The headlights cut through darkness so complete it felt solid. No streetlights out here, just wall-to-wall forest pressing in from both sides. My high beams caught the occasional reflective eyes of deer or raccoons in the underbrush. Normal stuff, nothing to think twice about. I remember glancing down to adjust the AC just for a second. When I looked up, something was crossing the road about 50 yards ahead. I hit the brakes instinctively, not hard enough to skid, but enough to slow down fast. My heart jumped into my throat. This wasn't a deer, it wasn't a bear. It moved on 2 legs, but not like a human. It crossed that road in 3 or 4 strides, impossibly long strides, covered in what looked like dark hair, maybe black or dark brown. The thing had to be tall, real tall. I caught it mostly in silhouette against my headlights, but what struck me most was how it moved, fluid, powerful, like an athlete, but not quite human. It disappeared into the trees on the left side of the road before I could really process what I was seeing. I sat there, engine idling, hands gripping the wheel so tight my knuckles turned white. I told myself it was just a bear. Had to be. Maybe standing on its hind legs for a moment before dropping down. Or maybe I was more tired than I thought. Maybe my brain was playing tricks. But deep down, I knew better. After a minute or two, I put the car back in drive, told myself to get home, get some sleep, forget about it. I drove slower now, my eyes scanning the tree line constantly. About 3 miles further down Route 16, where the road dips down near Clayton Creek, I noticed movement in the woods to my right, just a shifting of shadows at first. I eased my foot off the gas, slowing to maybe 30 miles per hour. That's when I saw them. 2 eyes reflecting my headlights. But these weren't the small, close-together eyes of a deer or coyote. These were big, and they glowed red when they caught the light, like those photos you take with a flash and get red-eye, but much more intense, and they were positioned high, too high for any normal animal in these parts. I slowed even more, down to a crawl now. The eyes stayed fixed on me, not moving, not blinking. Then, deliberately, as if it wanted to be seen, the thing stepped forward to the edge of the road, just barely in the reach of my headlights. Jesus Christ, I'll never forget this moment as long as I live. It stood there, At least 7 feet tall, maybe taller, massive shoulders, twice as wide as mine, covered in thick, matted hair. The hair covered its entire body, except for parts of its face. I couldn't make out detailed facial features from where I sat, thank God, but I could see enough. The red eyes were set deep in a prominent brow. The jaw seemed heavy, powerful. It wasn't a bear, it wasn't a man in a suit. It stood there, perfectly balanced on 2 legs, with its arms, long arms that hung down past its knees, slightly away from its sides. For what felt like forever, but was probably only 5 or 6 seconds, we just stared at each other. Me, frozen in my seat. It, standing motionless at the edge of the light. Then it did something that sent ice water through my veins. It tilted its head just slightly, like it was studying me, considering me. That small, almost human gesture broke the spell. I stomped on the gas pedal so hard the tires squealed on the asphalt. The car fishtailed slightly before gripping the road, and I shot forward, my hands shaking on the steering wheel. I didn't slow down until I hit the outskirts of River's Edge, and I didn't look in my rearview mirror once. When I burst through our front door, Sarah jumped up from the couch where she'd fallen asleep waiting for me. One look at my face and she knew something was wrong. "Michael, what happened? Are you okay?" She rushed over, checking me for injuries. My hands wouldn't stop shaking as I poured myself a whiskey, something I rarely did. "I saw something on Route 16, I said, then downed the drink in one gulp. I told her everything while she sat across from me at the kitchen table, her face growing more concerned with each detail. "Honey," she said when I finished, "you've been working too hard. It was probably just a bear. They can look real strange when they stand up, especially when you're tired." "It wasn't a bear, Sarah." I could hear the edge in my voice. "Bears don't move like that. They don't have eyes like that." She didn't argue, just squeezed my hand. "Whatever it was, you're home safe now." I didn't sleep that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those red ones staring back at me. The next morning, I called in sick. I couldn't face the thought of driving that road again so soon. Instead, I sat at our computer and started searching. Bigfoot sightings Georgia led me down a rabbit hole I never expected. Turns out, Whispering Pines County had a history of sightings going back decades. Most were just vague stories, shadows in the woods, strange howls at night. But some descriptions matched exactly what I'd seen. The height, the red eyes, the way it moved. I found a local forum where people from River's Edge and nearby towns shared their experiences. Username Timber Tracker had posted about a sighting in 1997, less than 5 miles from where I'd seen my creature. Another user, Georgia Hunter 82, had found unusual footprints near Clayton Creek just last year. Footprints over 16 inches long. 2 days later, I forced myself to drive back to work. I took Route 16 in broad daylight, my eyes constantly scanning the tree line. Nothing seemed out of place. Just ordinary forest. But on my way home that evening, still before sunset, I pulled over near where I'd had the encounter. Some compulsion I couldn't explain made me get out of the car. The air felt thick, heavy with humidity and the scent of pine. I stood at the edge of the road, looking into the dense forest. Nothing moved, except the occasional bird. I wasn't sure what I expected to find, but I started walking into the woods, following a faint game trail. About 20 yards in, I stopped. Something didn't look right about the branches overhead. Several were broken, snapped clean, not torn, and they were high up, at least 8 feet from the ground, too high for a deer or normal wildlife to damage. I kept going, moving deeper into the forest. The trail widened slightly, and then I saw it, a depression in the soft earth. A footprint. I crouched down for a closer look. It was huge, easily 16 inches long, with 5 distinct toe impressions. The impression was deep, suggesting whatever made it was heavy. And it was fresh, the edges still sharp, not crumbled or washed by rain. My mouth went dry. I took out my cell phone and snapped a few photos, though the forest shadows made it hard to get a clear shot. Then I noticed another print a few feet ahead, and another. They led deeper into the woods. For a moment I considered following them. A mixture of curiosity and fear battled inside me, but the sun was getting low, and the thought of being in these woods after dark now seemed like madness. I hurried back to my car, the hairs on my neck standing up the whole way. I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. That night, I showed Sarah the photos. She squinted at the small screen of my flip phone. "I don't know, Michael. It could be anything. Maybe a bear track that got distorted somehow." "Bears don't have 5 toes like that," I insisted, "and they don't snap branches 8 feet off the ground." She sighed. "What are you going to do? Report it to Sheriff Tanner. You know what he'll say." She was right. Tanner would laugh me out of his office. In a small town like River's Edge, a story like this could follow a man for years. Instead, I printed the photos at the library and mailed them to an address I'd found online, the Georgia Cryptozoological Society, based out of Atlanta. 2 weeks later, I got a call from a man named Harlan Wade. "Mr. Collins, this is Harlan from the GCS. Got your photos. Mind if I ask you some questions?" For over an hour, I told him everything. The crossing, the red eyes, the footprints. He didn't interrupt, didn't laugh, just listened and occasionally asked for clarification on specific details. "Your experience matches at least 7 other reports we've had from Whispering Pines County in the last decade," he said finally. "Would you be willing to take me to where you found those tracks?" We arranged to meet that Saturday. Harlan turned out to be a former biology professor in his 60s, with a grey beard and serious eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses. He didn't look like some crackpot Bigfoot hunter. He had equipment, plaster casting materials, a high-end camera, measuring tools. We returned to the spot where I'd found the tracks. The footprints were gone, washed away by a thunderstorm that had rolled through earlier in the week, but Harlan found other signs, more broken branches, tufts of dark hair caught on tree bark that he carefully collected in small evidence bags. "Whatever it is, it's been using this area as a corridor for movement," he explained, pointing out how certain paths through the underbrush had been widened by regular use. "Probably connects to water sources." "What do you think it is?" I finally asked. Harlan took off his glasses, cleaned them methodically with his shirt. "Officially, the scientific community would say it's impossible for a large, undiscovered primate to exist in North America without detection." He put his glasses back on. "Unofficially, I've collected over 300 witness accounts in Georgia alone, along with physical evidence that defies conventional explanation." "So you believe it's real? Some kind of Bigfoot?" "I believe you saw something real, Mr. Collins, something that current zoology doesn't account for." He looked deep into the forest. "The question isn't whether these creatures exist. The question is how they've remained hidden for so long." Over the next few months, I went back to that spot several times, sometimes with Harlan, sometimes alone. We never saw the creature again, but we found evidence of its presence. More footprints after heavy rains, strange vocalizations in the distance that Harlan recorded, once even a crude structure of branches that Harlan said resembled nests found in the Pacific Northwest. Sarah worried about my growing obsession. "You're spending all your free time in those woods," she said one night after I came home late again. "What if whatever you saw is dangerous?" "If it wanted to hurt me, it could have that night on the road," I replied, though I wasn't sure I believed it. "I think it was just curious." "And what about you? What are you hoping to find out there?" I didn't have a good answer. Confirmation? Understanding? Some proof that I wasn't crazy? That was 18 years ago. I never saw the red-eyed creature again, not directly. Harlan and I documented evidence for 3 years before he passed away from a heart attack. The Georgia Cryptozoological Society sent someone else, a younger man, who seemed more interested in selling merchandise than serious research. I stopped participating after that, but I still live in River's Edge. Still drive Route 16 every day. And sometimes, on dark nights when the mist hangs low over the road, I slow down near Clayton Creek, roll down my window and listen. Sometimes I think I hear heavy footsteps moving parallel to the road, just beyond the tree line. Sometimes I feel those eyes watching me pass. I don't talk about it much anymore, but I know what I saw, and I know it's still out there, moving through the forests of Whispering Pines County when no one's looking, watching, waiting, living a life parallel to ours but separate, in the shadows between the trees. I just hope it stays there. Because the look in those red eyes wasn't just curious, it was intelligent. Story 6. My name is James Morrison, and I've hiked nearly every marked trail in British Columbia's wilderness over 20 years. I've encountered black bears, grizzlies, mountain lions, and wolves. I've weathered unexpected storms, navigated whiteouts, and even survived a minor avalanche. None of that prepared me for what happened in the Caribou Wilderness 5 years ago. I packed my gear methodically on that crisp September morning. Tent, sleeping bag, water purifier, first aid kit, bear spray, and enough dehydrated meals for a week-long solo expedition. My topographical maps marked a route through a section of forest that had experienced a wildfire the previous summer. I was curious to see the regeneration process firsthand. The first 2 days proceeded without incident. I maintained a steady pace, covering about 15 miles daily through dense pine forest. The weather held clear, with temperatures dropping into the low 40s at night, perfect hiking conditions. I spotted several deer, a fox, and signs of beaver activity near a small lake where I camped on the second night. The third day brought me to the burn zone's edge. The transition was jarring, from vibrant forest to a landscape of charred trunks stretching for miles. The blackened trees stood like silent sentinels against the sky, their branches twisted into grotesque shapes. Despite the destruction, new vegetation had already begun to emerge from the ash-covered ground, tiny green shoots pushing through the blackness. I noted the time, 4:17 p.m. With sunset approaching around 7:30, I needed to establish camp soon. I found a small clearing near the burn zone's perimeter where living forest met the charred wasteland. A small stream trickled nearby, providing a water source and the pleasant background noise of running water. I set my 60-pound pack down with a relieved sigh and began the familiar routine of setting up camp. My 3-season tent went up in under 10 minutes. I arranged my sleeping pad and bag inside, then gathered stones to create a small fire ring 20 yards from my tent. The gathering darkness spurred me to collect firewood quickly. I stayed within sight of my camp, gathering fallen branches from the forest edge. By 6:45 p.m., I had a modest pile of wood and a small fire crackling. I boiled water for my freeze-dried beef stew and ate while watching the sunset paint the sky in orange and purple above the burned landscape. The temperature dropped rapidly as darkness fell. At 8:12 p.m. I heard the first sound. It came from the darkness beyond the firelight, a low, rumbling growl unlike anything I'd heard before. Not a bear's warning growl or a cougar's screech. This sound resonated deeper, with a guttural quality that raised the hair on my arms. I reached for my bear spray and scanned the perimeter of my campsite. The fire's glow created a 30-foot circle of visibility, beyond which the forest and burn zone faded into absolute darkness. I saw nothing unusual, but the growing sense of unease made me add several large branches to the fire. At 8:27 p.m. I heard it again, closer now, accompanied by the distinct crack of breaking wood. Not the small snap of twigs underfoot, but the sharp report of substantial branches being broken with force. "Hello?" I called out, immediately regretting the decision, as my voice seemed pathetically small against the vastness of the wilderness. "I've got bear spray and I'm armed." A lie about being armed, but it felt necessary in the moment. No human response came. Only silence for several long minutes. I considered my options. The nearest ranger station was 2 days' hike south. My satellite phone had shown minimal battery when I'd checked it that morning. Enough for an emergency call. But I wasn't convinced this situation qualified. Not yet. At 8:49 p.m., the cracking sounds intensified, now coming from multiple directions around my campsite. The distinctive sound of a large tree snapping echoed through the night, followed by a tremendous crash as it hit the ground. That wasn't wildlife behavior I recognized. Bears might scratch trees or knock down rotted trunks while foraging, but this sounded deliberate, powerful. I grabbed my flashlight, a heavy-duty tactical model with 1,200 lumens, and directed the beam toward the noise. The powerful light cut through the darkness, illuminating the charred trees at the burn zone's edge, about 50 yards from my position. That's when I saw them. 2 enormous eyes reflecting my flashlight's beam. They hovered at least 8 feet off the ground, spaced unusually wide apart. The eyes didn't glow yellow or green like a predator's typically would. They reflected a deep blood red. My body went rigid. 20 years of wilderness experience dissolved into primitive terror. The eyes blinked once, slowly, then began moving forward. I didn't wait to see more. Abandoning everything except the flashlight gripped in my right hand and the bear spray in my left, I ran. I sprinted across the ash-covered ground of the burn zone, away from the forest edge, away from those eyes. My boots kicked up clouds of soot as I fled blindly into the darkness. The growling intensified behind me, accompanied by the sound of splintering wood and heavy footfalls. Whatever pursued me was large and fast, much faster than a person could move through forest terrain at night. My lungs burned as I pushed harder, sweeping my flashlight beam frantically ahead to avoid obstacles. Through the jerking light, I spotted a rocky formation rising from the ash about 200 yards ahead. I altered my course toward it, hoping to find some defensible position. The rocks formed a natural outcropping about 15 feet high, with a small protected space between 2 large boulders. I scrambled up the stone face, scraping my hands and knees in my desperation to reach the sheltered spot. Once there, I wedged myself into the narrow space and switched off my flashlight. Complete darkness enveloped me. My ragged breathing sounded impossibly loud in my ears. I tried to control it, taking slower, deeper breaths while straining to hear any sounds of pursuit. For several minutes, nothing. Then the distinctive crack of breaking wood resumed, now at the base of the rocky outcropping. Something large circled the formation. Though I couldn't see it, I felt its presence, a pressure in the air, an awareness of being hunted. At 9:37 p.m., a powerful impact shook the entire rock formation. It felt as though something massive had struck the stone, testing its strength. The blow came again, harder this time. Small rock fragments rained down around me. I clutched the bear spray with white knuckles, knowing it would offer little protection if the creature reached my position. The psychological weight of being in complete darkness became unbearable. I needed to see what was hunting me. Slowly, I raised my flashlight and switched it on, directing the beam down toward the base of the rocks. Nothing appeared in the light's path, but the sounds immediately ceased. Complete silence fell over the burn zone. I swept the light in a wider arc, illuminating the charred landscape around the outcropping. No movement, no reflective eyes, nothing to explain the terrible sounds, yet the sensation of being watched intensified. I felt exposed and vulnerable despite my elevated position. Something remained out there in the darkness, just beyond my light's reach, waiting. I maintained my vigil throughout the night, fighting exhaustion and fear. The temperature dropped to near freezing. Without my sleeping bag or extra layers, violent shivers racked my body. I tucked my knees to my chest and wrapped my free arm around them, preserving what body heat I could while keeping the flashlight aimed outward. At 3:22 a.m. I heard it again. The same deep, rumbling growl, but now from the forest's edge, several hundred yards away. It continued intermittently until the first grey light of dawn appeared on the horizon. As soon as visibility improved enough to navigate safely, I climbed down from the rocks. My muscles screamed in protest after hours of immobility in the cold. I considered returning to my campsite to retrieve my equipment, but quickly dismissed the idea. Nothing was worth risking another encounter. I oriented myself using the rising sun and began hiking south toward the ranger station, moving as quickly as my exhausted body would allow. The morning light revealed nothing unusual in the burn zone, no tracks, no broken trees visible from my position, nothing to confirm what had transpired during the night. I walked for 7 hours straight without rest, constantly scanning my surroundings and stopping only to drink from streams. By mid-afternoon, I reached an established trail and encountered a group of day hikers who immediately noticed my distressed condition. They shared water and food, then accompanied me to the ranger station. I reported the incident to the park rangers, describing the sounds, the eyes, and the physical impacts that had shaken the rock formation. They exchanged glances I couldn't interpret and suggested it had likely been a bear, possibly disoriented by the altered landscape of the burn zone. When I insisted the eyes had been too high and too wide set for any bear, one ranger mentioned the possibility of 2 bears, their eyeshine appearing as one larger animal in my panicked state. Their explanation felt inadequate, but I had no alternative theory that wouldn't sound delusional. I accepted their offer to retrieve my abandoned gear the following day and arranged for accommodations in the nearby town of Elkridge. The rangers returned empty-handed. They found my campsite destroyed, my tent shredded, backpack torn open, contents scattered across a 50-yard radius. They attributed the damage to opportunistic wildlife, probably bears scavenging for food after I'd fled. I returned to my job as a land surveyor in Vancouver, but the experience haunted me. Sleep became elusive, interrupted by nightmares of red eyes watching from darkness. I saw 3 different therapists over the next few years, each suggesting the traumatic experience had triggered an anxiety disorder. They prescribed various medications and breathing techniques that helped manage the symptoms, but did nothing to address my fundamental question. What had I encountered that night? I researched cryptozoology, folklore, and documented wildlife encounters across the Pacific Northwest. I found stories from loggers, hikers, and Native American traditions describing encounters with large, powerful creatures in remote forests. The descriptions varied widely, but certain elements remained consistent: unusual height, tremendous strength, and a distinctive sense of intelligence behind the encounters. For 5 years, I avoided solo hiking and limited my outdoor activities to populated areas with multiple access points, but the questions never stopped. The need for answers grew rather than diminished with time. Last month, I made a decision. I would return to the exact location, this time prepared and accompanied by Jason Blackburn, an experienced wildlife photographer and tracking expert I'd met through an online forum dedicated to unexplained wilderness encounters. We planned the expedition meticulously, timing our arrival for early August, the same season as my previous encounter but with longer daylight hours. We carried high-definition cameras with night vision capabilities, audio recording equipment, and satellite phones with fully charged batteries. Our campsite would include motion-activated trail cameras positioned in a perimeter around our location. We reached the burn zone on August 7th. The landscape had changed dramatically in 5 years. New growth covered much of the previously barren ground. Pine saplings, fireweed and various shrubs created a sea of green interspersed with the remaining charred trunks. I recognized the stream where I'd established my original campsite, though the clearing had shrunk considerably with new vegetation. Jason set up our equipment while I scouted the area. Looking for the rocky outcropping where I'd spent that terrifying night, I found it exactly as remembered, though partially obscured by new growth. From there, I looked back toward the forest edge where I'd first seen the eyes. That's when I noticed something odd about the tree line. Several massive conifers at the burn zone's perimeter showed unusual damage patterns. Unlike the older fire damage, these were fresh breaks. Entire trunks snapped halfway up, branches twisted and broken in ways that defied natural explanation. The damage pattern formed a rough semicircle extending about 200 yards along the forest edge. "Jason," I called, "you need to see this." He joined me, camera in hand, and whistled low when he saw the destruction. "That's not normal windfall or lightning damage," he said, photographing the broken trees from multiple angles. "These are healthy Douglas firs, at least 24 inches in diameter. Breaking them like this would require tremendous force." We approached the damaged area cautiously. Up close, the destruction appeared even more significant. One particularly massive tree, approximately 3 feet in diameter, had been snapped clean through about 12 feet up its trunk. The break wasn't splintered like storm damage. It appeared twisted, as though something had grabbed the upper portion and wrenched it sideways until it separated. Jason examined the broken surface. "This is recent," he said. "The resin hasn't fully hardened yet. I'd guess within the last week, maybe less." A chill ran down my spine, despite the warm August afternoon. "Could a bear do this?" I asked, already knowing the answer. Jason shook his head. "No way. Not even a full-grown grizzly has this kind of strength. This would require machinery, like a logging operation, but there's no evidence of vehicles or equipment." We spent the afternoon documenting the damage, taking measurements and photographs from every angle. Near one particularly damaged cluster of trees, Jason discovered something else. A patch of ground where the vegetation had been flattened in a roughly oval shape approximately 9 feet long and 5 feet wide. "Something large has been bedding here," he said, crouching to examine the depression. "Recently and repeatedly. We found 4 similar depressions within the damaged area, all showing signs of recent use." Jason collected hair samples from bark where something had apparently rubbed against the trees. The hairs were dark brown, unusually thick, and several inches long, inconsistent with known wildlife in the region. As sunset approached, we returned to our campsite and established a watch rotation for the night. The motion-activated cameras formed a perimeter around our location, with additional units positioned near the damaged trees. We kept a small fire burning and maintained radio contact even when one of us was inside the tent. Nothing unusual occurred that night, nor the following day and night. On our 3rd day, we expanded our search area, hiking several miles into the undamaged forest beyond the burn zone's edge. 2 miles in, we found fresh tracks crossing a muddy section of game trail. The impressions were unlike anything I'd seen before. Approximately 16 inches long and 8 inches wide, with 5 distinct toe impressions. They sank nearly 2 inches into the firm mud, suggesting whatever left them carried substantial weight. Jason photographed the tracks with a measuring tape for scale, then made plaster casts to preserve the impressions. "These aren't bear tracks," he said as we waited for the plaster to set. "Bears have 5 toes, but their prints show claw marks extending beyond the toes. These have no claw marks, and the stride length is over 4 feet. What makes a track like this?" I asked. Jason met my eyes. "Nothing officially documented," he said carefully, "but these are consistent with alleged Sasquatch prints found throughout the Pacific Northwest." I nodded slowly. That night, 5 years ago, the eyes I saw were at least 8 feet off the ground, too high for any known predator standing on all fours. And spaced too wide apart, Jason added, measuring the distance between the tracks. The damage to those trees would require both tremendous height and strength. The plaster casts confirmed what we had seen, footprints of something bipedal but far larger than a human, with a distinctive mid-tarsal break characteristic of alleged Sasquatch tracks. We collected our evidence and continued documenting the area for 2 more days before weather conditions forced us to cut our expedition short. We departed with dozens of photographs, hair samples, plaster casts, and over 40 hours of audio recordings. While we never directly observed what had caused the damage or left the tracks, the physical evidence supported a conclusion I had avoided accepting for 5 years. Something unknown, something massive and powerful, patrols the remote regions of the Caribou Wilderness. The evidence we gathered has been submitted to several wildlife biologists and physical anthropologists for analysis. Most have declined to comment officially, though 2 researchers have expressed interest in mounting a more comprehensive expedition next summer. I no longer wake from nightmares of being stalked through burned forests. The fear hasn't disappeared, but it's transformed into something else, a recognition that the wilderness holds secrets we've yet to fully understand. Whatever watched me from the darkness that night continues to roam the remote forests of British Columbia, leaving broken trees and massive footprints as evidence of its passage. I'm going back next year. This time I'll be ready. Story 7. The headlights of my F-150 cut through the darkness, twin beams stretching into the endless Montana night. My eyelids felt heavy. 3 days of tracking elk through the Absaroka Range had worn me to the bone, and the warmth of the heater fought against my determination to make it home to Livingston before dawn. I cranked the radio louder and cracked the window. Cold air slapped my face, momentarily sharpening my senses. The dashboard clock read 1:27 a.m. Not another vehicle had passed in over 20 minutes. Highway 87 stretched before me, a ribbon of asphalt cutting through the wilderness, the center line hypnotic in its regularity. The first frost of late September had arrived overnight, painting delicate patterns on the edges of my windshield. I leaned forward, squinting through the clear patch maintained by the defroster, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. It happened in an instant. A massive shape burst from the tree line to my right, moving with impossible speed directly into my path. My foot slammed the brake pedal to the floor. The truck's tires locked, sending me into a skid. The anti-lock brakes pulsed frantically under my foot. The impact came with a sickening crunch. My body lurched forward violently, the seatbelt cutting into my chest and shoulder as it arrested my momentum. The airbag exploded in my face with a chemical smell and cloud of dust. My head snapped back against the headrest. For several seconds I sat frozen, ears ringing, heart hammering in my chest. Steam hissed from the crumpled hood. The headlights, miraculously still functioning, illuminated a section of road ahead where something large lay sprawled on the asphalt. "Shit," I muttered, tasting blood where I'd bitten my tongue. "Goddamn moose." I fumbled with my seatbelt release, hands shaking from adrenaline. The engine had stalled, and the sudden silence felt oppressive. I reached for the door handle, then stopped. Through the spiderweb of cracks spreading across my windshield, I saw movement. The shape in the road was stirring. I squinted, struggling to make sense of what I was seeing. It wasn't a moose. It wasn't a bear either. The creature pushed itself up from the pavement with powerful arms. Even on all fours, its shoulders stood nearly 4 feet high. Matted hair covered its entire body, not fur but something coarser, hanging in tangled clumps from its massive frame. Its limbs were thick, muscular, in a way that reminded me of bodybuilders I'd seen, but with proportions all wrong. Too long, too powerful. Then it turned its face toward me. My blood turned to ice water in my veins. That face wasn't anything I'd ever seen in any wildlife book or nature documentary. It had a heavy brow that shadowed deep-set eyes, a broad, flat nose, and a mouth too wide for its face. Those eyes locked onto mine, glinting red in the reflection of my headlights. Intelligence. That's what froze me in place. Not animal awareness, but something that recognized me, something that understood. It bared its teeth, yellowed, pointed things designed for tearing flesh, and released a sound that vibrated through the frame of my truck. Not quite a roar, not quite a growl, something deeper, more primal than either. I fumbled for the key, desperate to restart the engine, to put this nightmare behind me. My fingers slipped on the ignition. The creature moved. One moment it was 40 feet away, the next it had crossed half that distance in a single bound. Another leap brought it to the hood of my truck. The metal buckled under its weight. It crouched there, massive hands splayed on the crumpled steel, face inches from the windshield, separated from me by only a layer of fractured glass. I couldn't breathe, couldn't move, could only stare into those eyes. Eyes that burned with rage and hunger and something else, something worse. Recognition. Its mouth opened, revealing rows of teeth no natural creature should possess. A stream of hot, foul breath fogged the glass between us. It smelled of rot and earth and something metallic like old blood. With a movement almost too fast to track, it slammed one massive fist into the windshield. The safety glass held barely, 1,000 new fractures spreading from the impact point. A second blow sent shards exploding inward. I threw my arms up to protect my face, feeling tiny cuts pepper my forearms. When I lowered them, the creature was no longer on the hood. For one insane moment, I thought it had left. Then the driver's side door screeched as gigantic fingers curled around its edge. Metal groaned, the sound of structural integrity giving way. With a final shriek of tearing hinges, the entire door was ripped away, tumbling into the darkness beyond my headlights. An enormous hand shot into the cab, closing around my jacket. I had no time to scream before I was yanked out of the seatbelt tearing free from its mounting with the force of the pull. The pavement hit me like a hammer. Pain exploded through my left shoulder and ribs as I skidded across the rough surface. My head struck the ground, sending stars bursting across my vision. The cold bit into me instantly, the Montana night air a shock against my sweat-soaked clothes. I lay there, gasping, pain radiating through every inch of my body. Heavy footsteps approached. Thud, 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 each one sending vibrations through the asphalt beneath my cheek. I rolled onto my back, agony flaring through my ribs with the movement. The creature towered over me, standing fully upright now. 8 feet tall at minimum, shoulders broader than any human's could ever be, its arms hanging at its sides, ending in hands with fingers tipped by curved black claws. Its chest heaved with angry breaths, each exhalation sending clouds of steam into the cold night air. The stench hit me then. A musky animal odor mixed with something putrid, like meat left too long in the sun. My stomach heaved, but terror kept me from vomiting. It tilted its head, regarding me with those terrible red eyes. Then it crouched, bringing that nightmare face closer to mine. I could see details now that I wished I couldn't. Patches of skin visible through the tangled hair, pale and scarred in places. A jagged wound on its thigh, leaking dark fluid, probably from the impact with my truck. "Please," I whispered, the word escaping without conscious thought. The creature's mouth opened, exposing those awful teeth. A low rumble started in its chest, building to something between a growl and words. Sounds no human throat could produce, but carrying the unmistakable cadence of language. I was going to die. I knew it with absolute certainty. This thing was going to tear me apart right here on Highway 87, and whatever remained would be written off as another unfortunate animal attack. My hunting buddies would drink to my memory at Earl's Diner, and life in Livingston would go on. The creature's massive hand reached for my throat. Then salvation. The distant glow of headlights appeared around the bend, growing brighter as a vehicle approached from the direction I'd come. The creature's head snapped up. It froze, eyes fixed on the approaching lights. A sound like frustrated fury rattled from its throat. It stood to its full height once more, chest expanding with a deep inhalation. Then, with shocking speed for something so massive, it bounded across the highway and into the tree line on the opposite side. The forest seemed to swallow it whole, branches swaying for just a moment before falling still. The approaching vehicle slowed, high beams illuminating the scene, my mangled truck, the missing door, me sprawled on the asphalt. A battered Chevy Silverado pulled to a stop 30 yards away. "Holy shit!" a man's voice called out as the driver's door opened. "Hey! You okay, buddy?" I couldn't answer. My body trembled uncontrollably, a combination of shock, cold, and lingering terror. Footsteps approached rapidly. "Don't move, man! You might have a spine injury." The voice belonged to a bearded man in his 50s, wearing a flannel jacket and work boots. He knelt beside me, his weathered face creased with concern. "I'm Bill Hawkins. Got a cabin up near Clyde Park. What the hell happened?" My mouth opened and closed several times before I could form words. "Hit something." Bill's eyes tracked to my truck, then scanned the surrounding area. "Something big, looks like. Bear, maybe. They've been coming down lower with the early cold snap." "Not a bear," I managed. He misunderstood my meaning. "Well, whatever it was, it's gone now. Let me call this in." Got a satellite phone in my truck. While Bill returned to his vehicle, I pushed myself to a sitting position, ignoring the pain flaring through my ribs. My eyes darted to the trees where the creature had disappeared. Nothing moved in the darkness. Bill came back, phone in hand. "Ambulance is on the way from Livingston, about 30 minutes out. Highway patrol, too." He draped a wool blanket around my shoulders. "You got a name, friend?" "Marcus," I said through chattering teeth. "Marcus Thornhill." "Well, Marcus, you're lucky I came along when I did. Could have frozen to death out here." Lucky, if only he knew. The next hours passed in a blur. The ambulance arrived, followed by a Montana Highway patrol cruiser. The paramedics stabilized my neck as a precaution, loaded me onto a backboard, and transported me to Livingston Memorial Hospital. X-rays revealed 3 cracked ribs, a separated shoulder, and a mild concussion, but nothing life-threatening. The patrolman who took my statement, Officer Jenkins, had a notebook and too many questions. "So, you swerved to avoid hitting a deer?" he asked, pencil poised. I hesitated. The truth hovered on my tongue, about massive hands tearing my truck door off, about red eyes and teeth designed for ripping flesh, about a creature that should not, could not exist. "It was bigger than a deer," I said carefully. "Thought it might have been a bear." "Bear," Officer Jenkins repeated, writing it down. "Did you see it after the collision?" I swallowed hard. "It ran off into the woods." He nodded, seemingly satisfied. "We'll have your truck towed to Grayson's Auto. Insurance should cover it, being a wildlife collision and all." When he left, I lay back on the hospital bed, staring at the ceiling tiles. Each time I closed my eyes, I saw that face, those burning red eyes that had looked at me with intelligence no animal should possess. The doctor released me the next morning with a prescription for pain medication and instructions to rest. My sister Donna picked me up, fussing over me the entire drive to my small ranch house outside of town. "You could have been killed, Marcus," she said for the 3rd time, her knuckles white on the steering wheel. "Driving that late in the dark, you know better." I stared out the window at the mountains rising in the distance, their peaks already dusted with early snow. Somewhere in those forests that thing was moving, hunting, existing in a world I'd thought I understood. "I told Jim down at the hardware store about your accident," Donna continued, oblivious to my distraction. "He said there's been 3 other animal collisions this month alone. Fish and Wildlife needs to do something about it." Fish and wildlife. What would they make of what I'd seen? Would they believe me, or would they write me off as another traumatized accident victim with a concussion and an overactive imagination? Days passed. My body began to heal, but my mind remained fractured by what I'd experienced. I told no one the truth. Not Donna, who brought me casseroles and worried about my jumpiness. Not my hunting buddies, who called to check on me and joke about my driving skills. Not Dr. Rawlins, who noted my elevated blood pressure and suggested it might be post-traumatic stress from the accident. How could I tell them? What words could possibly convey the reality of what I'd encountered on that frozen stretch of highway? 2 weeks after the accident, I drove my newly purchased used Dodge Ram to Grayson's Auto to collect my personal items from the F-150. The sight of my truck stopped me cold. The entire front end was crushed inward, the windshield a spider web of cracks with a gaping hole on the driver's side, and the door torn completely from its hinges, the metal around the frame bent outward like paper. Pete Grayson whistled low as he came to stand beside me. "Never seen damage like that from hitting an animal, Marcus. What did you say it was again? A bear?" I nodded mechanically, unable to tear my eyes from the evidence of my encounter. "Must have been the biggest damn bear in Montana. Insurance adjuster's been by. They're totaling it out." I gathered my things from the glove compartment and behind the seats, hunting license, registration papers, the lucky arrowhead my grandfather had given me decades ago. As I reached under the passenger seat, my fingers touched something unfamiliar. I pulled it out. A clump of coarse, matted hair, dark, almost black, with strands at least 8 inches long. "What's that?" Pete asked, leaning closer. I closed my fist around it. "Nothing, just some old insulation." That night I sat at my kitchen table, examining the hair under a magnifying glass. Not bear fur, not elk or moose or any animal hair I recognized from decades of hunting. I placed it in a plastic bag and hid it in my gun safe, not sure what to do with this evidence but unwilling to discard it. Sleep became my enemy. Each night I jolted awake from nightmares filled with red eyes and the sound of tearing metal. Each night I checked my locks twice, then sat with my back against the headboard, shotgun across my lap until dawn painted the sky. During the day, I researched cryptid sightings in Montana, Sasquatch encounters, Native American legends of wild men in the mountains. I found stories, some eerily similar to my experience, but nothing that matched exactly what I'd seen. A month after the incident, the first snowfall blanketed the region. I stood on my porch, coffee mug in hand, watching the white flakes accumulate on the fence posts. My ribs had healed, my shoulder almost back to normal, but I hadn't returned to the woods. My hunting rifle remained locked away, my hiking boots gathering dust by the door. The phone rang, startling me from my thoughts. "Marcus, it's Bill Hawkins." The man who'd found me on the highway. We'd spoken briefly at the hospital, exchanged numbers out of small-town courtesy. "Bill, how are you? Listen, something happened last night I thought you should know about." His voice sounded tight, controlled in a way that immediately put me on edge. "Riley Carson's boy went missing up near Clyde Park. Search parties are forming now." "That's terrible," I said, not understanding the connection. "But why tell me specifically?" A pause hung between us. "They found his truck on a service road about 5 miles from where I found you. Door torn clean off, blood on the seat. The mug slipped from my fingers, shattering on the porch boards. Coffee splashed across my boots. "Marcus, you still there?" "Yeah," I managed. "I'm here. Look, maybe it's nothing. Could be coincidence. But I saw your truck that night. No accident does that to a door. Whatever you hit." He trailed off. "What are you saying, Bill?" Another pause. "I'm saying maybe you should come up here. Talk to the sheriff. Tell him what really happened to you that night." My throat closed up. I thought of red eyes in the darkness, of a hand strong enough to tear metal, of a creature that had looked at me with intelligence and rage and had, for some reason I couldn't understand, let me live. "I'll be there in an hour," I said. As I hung up the phone, I noticed something I'd overlooked earlier. Tracks in the fresh snow leading across my property. Large bipedal impressions heading directly toward my house, stopping just short of the porch where I stood, then continuing around to the back. I froze, listening intently. The silence of the snowy morning pressed against my ears. Nothing moved. Nothing made a sound. But something had been here, watching my house, watching me. And somehow I knew with bone-deep certainty it would return. That night on Highway 87 hadn't been the end of something. It had been the beginning. Story 8. The silence was the first warning. Living alone on the outskirts of Churchill for 15 years, I'd learned to read the subtle language of the tundra. Birds stop singing before a storm. The wind dies before a blizzard. But this silence was different, absolute and unnatural, as if the entire landscape was holding its breath. I'd stepped out of my cabin that early November morning to gather firewood from the pile next to my shed. The snow had fallen fresh overnight, about 3 inches deep, pristine and unmarked. The Hudson Bay was just beginning to freeze over, that liminal time when the polar bears moved closer to town, preparing for seal hunting season. My breath plumed in the frigid air as I adjusted my gloves. The thermometer outside my kitchen window had read -15 when I checked it over coffee. Not terrible by Churchill standards, but cold enough that I wouldn't linger outside longer than necessary. The sudden silence made me pause, my arms already loaded with split logs. I stood perfectly still, straining to hear anything. Wind in the pines, ravens calling, the distant hum of a snowmobile. Nothing, just the sound of my own breathing and heartbeat. Then I felt it before I heard it, a vibration through the frozen ground, traveling up through my boots. A deep, rumbling growl broke the silence, followed by the unmistakable sound of something large moving through snow, the rhythmic crunch of heavy footfalls. My first thought, polar bear. It wouldn't be unusual, especially this time of year. I'd had my share of encounters, always from a safe distance. I knew the protocols. Stay calm. Move slowly. Get inside if possible. I turned toward the tree line about 50 yards from my cabin, expecting to see the cream-colored form of a bear emerging from the sparse pines. What burst from the trees wasn't white. It wasn't a bear. It wasn't anything I recognized. The creature exploded from the tree line at full sprint, massive, shaggy. Dark brown fur or hair hung in tangled mats from its body. It ran upright on 2 legs, but its movement suggested it was more accustomed to moving on all 4s. Its long, muscular arms pumped as it ran with a speed that seemed impossible for something so large. I stood frozen, firewood still clutched against my chest as my brain struggled to process what I was seeing. Then the second shock. Behind this creature, emerging from the same spot in the trees, came an enormous polar bear. I'd seen many bears in my years here, but this one was exceptional. Easily over 1,000 pounds, a male in his prime, and he was moving with terrifying speed, clearly in pursuit of the first creature. The bizarre chase cut across my property about 30 yards from where I stood, close enough that I could hear the labored breathing of both animals, close enough to see the steam rising from their bodies in the cold air. Most astonishing of all, the upright Bigfoot-like creature was outpacing the bear. Polar bears can hit 30 miles per hour in a sprint. Whatever this thing was, it was faster. As it passed parallel to my position, the creature glanced back over its shoulder, not at me, but at its pursuer. In that moment, I saw its face clearly, a flat, wide nose, deep-set eyes beneath a pronounced brow ridge, its mouth open, gasping for air, not human, not animal, something else entirely. Seconds later, the polar bear lumbered past, massive paws, throwing up clouds of snow. Unlike the first creature, the bear noticed me. It turned its head as it ran, making direct eye contact for one heart-stopping moment. There was something unnerving in that gaze, not just the normal wariness or predatory assessment I'd seen in bears before. This was different, almost like confusion or alarm. Then both creatures were past my cabin, charging across the open tundra beyond my property. I watched until they disappeared over a slight rise about a quarter-mile away. Only when they were gone did I realize I'd been holding my breath. My hands had clenched so tightly around the firewood that bark had dug through my gloves and into my palms. I dropped the logs and rushed back inside my cabin, slamming the door and throwing the deadbolt. I went straight to my window, scanning the horizon where I'd last seen them. Nothing moved out there now. The silence had returned. For hours, I sat by that window with my rifle across my lap, watching. The short northern day faded into darkness before I finally moved away, my back stiff and eyes strained. Sleep didn't come that night. I lay awake, replaying what I'd seen, trying to rationalize it. A bear, certainly. But the other creature, a man in a suit, seemed absurd out here, miles from town. No human could outrun a polar bear, especially through snow. Some unknown animal, then. But nothing in my knowledge of northern wildlife fit what I'd witnessed. Morning brought weak grey light and indecision. Part of me wanted to radio into town, report what I'd seen. But what exactly would I say? I'd sound crazy. Instead, I bundled up, tucked my revolver into my coat pocket, and stepped outside. The snow preserved a perfect record of yesterday's events. From my woodpile to my door, my own boot prints, and cutting across my property, 2 sets of tracks exactly where I'd seen the chase unfold. The bear tracks were unmistakable, massive paw prints 15 inches across, but the other tracks, I'd never seen anything like them. Elongated impressions nearly 20 inches from heel to toe, with 5 distinct toe marks at the front, too large for any human, and the stride length, over 6 feet between prints, indicated something running at incredible speed on 2 legs. I followed the tracks away from my cabin, moving cautiously across the open tundra. The trail was easy to follow in the undisturbed snow. After about a mile, I crested the small rise where I'd lost sight of them the day before. The bear tracks continued straight ahead, visible for another quarter-mile before disappearing into a distant patch of scrubby trees. But the other tracks, the bipedal, impossible tracks, simply stopped. I stood there looking down at the last footprint, a perfect impression in the snow. Beyond it, nothing. No sign of a struggle, no indication the creature had changed direction, no marks suggesting it had been caught by the bear. The tracks simply ended, as if the being had vanished into thin air. I searched in expanding circles around that final footprint. Nothing. No disturbance in the snow whatsoever. I even checked the firmness of the snow, thinking perhaps the creature had found some way to continue without leaving tracks, but the powdery surface was consistent everywhere. That unexplained vanishing disturbed me even more than the sighting itself. At least the chase, bizarre as it was, followed some kind of natural logic, one creature pursuing another, but these tracks defied explanation. Things don't just disappear. I returned to my cabin unsettled, looking over my shoulder repeatedly. The familiar landscape suddenly seemed alien and threatening. My isolated home, once a comfort, now felt exposed and vulnerable. That afternoon, I finally radioed into town, asking casually if anyone had reported unusual bear activity. The response was routine. A few bears had been spotted near the dump, the usual seasonal pattern, nothing extraordinary. I couldn't bring myself to mention what I'd actually seen. 3 days later, we got another heavy snowfall that covered all evidence of the incident. But I couldn't forget. I began keeping my curtains closed at night, something I'd never done before. I started bringing extra firewood inside so I wouldn't need to venture out in the early mornings or evenings. I kept my rifle closer. A week after the sighting, I drove into town for supplies. At the general store, I overheard two of the indigenous elders speaking in low voices. My Cree is limited, but I caught fragments about unusual tracks found near the shore and something moving between worlds. When they noticed me listening, they switched to English and changed the subject. That night in my cabin, a storm blew in from the bay. The wind howled around the eaves, creating strange, almost vocal sounds. Twice I thought I heard heavy footsteps on my porch, but when I checked, I found only swirling snow. Sleep became fitful, interrupted by dreams of being pursued across endless white plains by creatures I couldn't quite see. I'd wake gasping, convinced someone was watching me through my windows. As the Hudson Bay froze solid and winter tightened its grip, I tried to return to my normal routines. I'd lived through 15 Churchill winters. I knew how to survive the cold, the isolation, the darkness, but something fundamental had changed. One evening in late November, I was washing dishes when the lights flickered and died. Power outages weren't uncommon during storms, but the night was clear and still. I lit a kerosene lamp and checked my circuit box. Everything seemed normal. Then I heard it, the same deep rumbling growl from before, coming from somewhere near my woodshed. The hair on my arms stood up. I grabbed my rifle and extinguished the lamp. In the sudden darkness, I moved to the window and peered out. The quarter moon provided just enough light to see the yard and the edge of the trees beyond. Nothing moved. The sound didn't repeat. After 20 tense minutes, I convinced myself I'd imagined it, that the stress and lack of sleep were making me paranoid, until I saw the steam rising from the snow near my shed, small clouds of vapor puffing up from the ground, as if something invisible but warm-blooded was breathing there. I backed away from the window, my heart hammering against my ribs. The rational part of my brain offered explanations, a thermal vent, melting snow revealing warmer ground beneath, but I didn't believe them. Something was out there, something I couldn't see. The power returned as suddenly as it had gone, lights blazing back to life. When I looked out again, the mysterious steam was gone. The next morning, I found new tracks in the snow around my shed, the same massive bipedal prints I'd followed before. They circled my entire cabin before heading back toward the tree line. That was when I made my decision. I couldn't stay. I packed essential belongings into my truck and drove into Churchill, where I took a room at the Northern Lights Inn. I told everyone I was having heating problems at my cabin. No one questioned it. Mechanical issues are common in the extreme cold. I stayed in town for 2 weeks, making daily trips back to my property during daylight hours to check on things and keep up appearances. I never found any new tracks, never experienced anything unusual during those brief visits, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Eventually, I returned to living at my cabin, but I installed motion-sensing floodlights around the perimeter. I got 2 large dogs from a musher who was downsizing his team. I bought a trail camera and mounted it facing the tree line. The camera captured plenty of normal wildlife, foxes, the occasional wolf, even a wolverine once. The floodlights activated sometimes on stormy nights, triggered by blowing snow. The dogs barked at squirrels and passing caribou. Normal life resumed, at least on the surface. But I know what I saw that November day. I know something extraordinary crossed my property, pursued by a creature that should have been the most fearsome predator in the region. I know tracks ended impossibly in untouched snow. And I know that my relationship with the wilderness around me has fundamentally changed. I still live in my cabin outside Churchill. I still collect firewood, check my trap lines, watch the polar bears migrate each fall. But I do it differently now, more cautiously, more aware of what might be watching from the trees. The comfortable solitude I once enjoyed has been replaced by a persistent uneasiness. Sometimes, on particularly quiet mornings, I find myself listening for that unnatural silence again, the silence that preceded the impossible. And sometimes, though I tell myself it's just the wind or the settling of old wood, I hear something moving outside my cabin in the darkness, something large but impossibly quick, something that, according to everything I know about the natural world, shouldn't exist. But it does. And it's out there, in the vast tundra I once thought I understood, moving between worlds I never knew existed, reminding me that even after 15 years in the wilderness, I'm still just a visitor here. Story 9. I never thought I'd be the kind of man who'd call a newspaper reporter or one of those TV crews that chase monsters. But here I am, sitting at my kitchen table with a loaded shotgun beside me and the blinds drawn tight, trying to make sense of what's been happening on my land these past 2 weeks. My name's Jackson Reed. I've lived in these Appalachian foothills all my 47 years. My daddy taught me to hunt when I was 6, and I've walked every trail and creek bed within 20 miles of here. I know the difference between a bobcat scream and a woman's cry, can tell you what left tracks in the mud just by glancing at them, and I've never once gotten turned around in these woods, not even in the pitch black of a moonless night. I've got 15 acres that back up against state forest land. My nearest neighbor is 3 miles down the dirt road, and the town of Pine Creek is 15 miles beyond that. That's how I like it. Always figured I'd die out here peaceful-like, on my own terms. Now I'm not so sure. It started 12 days ago. I was checking my trail cameras like I do every Monday. I've got 8 of them placed strategic-like around my property and into the public land beyond. They help me track the deer patterns, spot any trespassers, and just keep an eye on things. I download the images to my laptop, label the folders by date and location, and delete anything that doesn't seem worth keeping. Camera 1 showed the usual: some whitetails moving through at dawn, a fat raccoon waddling by at night, a coyote sniffing around midday Tuesday. Cameras 2 through 5 were the same, normal woods traffic. Camera 6 had nothing, not one image over 7 days, which was odd but not alarming. Sometimes the batteries die faster than expected. Camera 7 had nothing either. Another coincidence, I figured. But when I hiked out to camera 8, which is the furthest from my house and deepest into the woods, I found it torn clean off the oak tree where I'd secured it. The heavy-duty steel mounting bracket was twisted, like it was made of pipe cleaners. The camera itself lay about 15 feet away, cracked open like someone had stomped on it. I stood there looking at that broken camera, and something cold slithered up my spine. This wasn't bear damage. Bears leave claw marks, and they don't typically throw things. This wasn't vandals either. The location was too remote, and there were no boot prints around. I collected the pieces in the SD card, which was still intact. Back at the house, I plugged it into my computer and started scrolling through the images. Normal stuff at first: deer, turkeys, a bobcat at night that made me smile. Hadn't seen one of those in a while. Then there was a 12-hour gap with no motion triggers. And then the image made my coffee mug slip right out of my hand and shatter on the floor. The screen showed darkness, like something was blocking the lens, and then partially visible was what looked like a section of thick, dark hair. Not fur, not like a bear. This was longer, more like human hair, but coarser, and it covered what had to be a massive body based on how much of the frame it filled. I clicked to the next image, and my throat closed up. A hand reaching toward the camera. A goddamn hand. Huge, with thick fingers and dirty nails that looked almost like claws. It wasn't a human hand, too big, too rough, but it wasn't an animal paw either. The proportions were all wrong. The final image was just a blur, captured as the camera was being ripped away. I couldn't sleep that night. Kept thinking about that hand reaching out of the darkness. When morning came, I grabbed my rifle and went back to camera 8's location. The ground there was soft from recent rain, and what I saw stopped me cold. Footprints, but not like any I'd ever seen. They were huge, at least 18 inches long and wider than my hand could span. They had 5 toes, clearly defined in the mud, splayed out like whatever made them walk barefoot its whole life. I followed them about 30 yards before they disappeared onto rocky ground. I'm not a man who scares easy. I've faced down wild boar, stepped over rattlesnakes, and once had to stitch up my own leg 15 miles from help after a bad fall, but those tracks shook me deep. That night I heard it for the first time. I was sitting on my porch cleaning my 30s L06 when the sounds from the woods changed. The normal chorus of frogs and insects just stopped, like someone had flipped a switch. Then came heavy footsteps from the tree line, not the quick patter of deer or the soft pad of a predator, but slow, deliberate steps that made the ground seem to vibrate. My dogs, Max and Ruger, a Catahoula and a mountain cur who've treed bears and aren't afraid of the devil himself, began whining. They stood at the edge of the light from my porch, hackles raised, looking into the darkness. They wouldn't go any closer to the woods, no matter how I called them. Then came the breathing. Deep, heavy breathing that didn't sound quite right for any animal I knew. It was rhythmic, controlled, almost like it wanted me to hear it. I raised my rifle toward the sound, flicked on the tactical light I keep mounted, and swept the beam across the trees. Nothing, just darkness between the trunks. But I could still hear it moving parallel to my property line, just staying outside the reach of my light. For 3 nights, it came back, always after dark, always keeping to the shadows. My dogs refused to go outside after dusk, crowding against my legs and trembling when I made them go out to do their business. I replaced the broken camera and set up 3 more, aiming them at the spots where I'd heard the sounds. Each morning, I'd review the footage with shaking hands. Most showed nothing. One captured a shadow moving between trees that was too big and too upright to be a bear. Another caught a brief glimpse of those same reflective eyes, set high off the ground, higher than any known predator in these parts should be. On the 5th night, I was awakened by a loud bang against the side of my house. It was like something had slammed a fist against the wooden siding. I rolled out of bed, grabbed my shotgun from the rack and moved to the window. The dogs were going crazy, barking and howling, but staying firmly in the center of the room. I eased the curtain back just enough to see outside. The half moon provided some light, casting long shadows across my yard. At first, I saw nothing unusual. Then my eyes fixed on something at the edge of the clearing. It stood perfectly still among the trees, so still that I'd almost missed it. Taller than any man I'd ever seen, at least 7 feet, maybe more. Its proportions were all wrong. Too broad in the shoulders, arms too long. I couldn't make out features, just a dark silhouette. But I could see its eyes catching the moonlight, glowing like a coyote's, but set way too high off the ground. My hands were steady as I raised the shotgun. I'm not a man who shoots without identifying his target, but every instinct in my body was screaming danger. I fired a warning shot into the air. The thing didn't startle like an animal would. It didn't run immediately. It just tilted its head like it was considering me. Then it moved. I've seen bears run. I've seen mountain lions sprint. Nothing moves like this thing did. 1 second it was there, and the next it was flowing between the trees with a smoothness that defied its size, making less noise than a deer would. In 3 seconds it was gone, swallowed by the forest. I didn't sleep again that night, or much since. The next day, I found where it had been standing. The ground was disturbed, and there was a strange, musky smell lingering in the air. Not animal, not human, but something in between and entirely wrong. I found more tracks, the same huge footprints, and something else. A clump of that coarse, dark hair caught on a branch at about 7 feet off the ground. I've got that hair in a plastic bag now. I've turned it over in my hands 100 times, trying to convince myself it's bear fur or something else I can explain. But it's not. It's not like anything I've ever seen in these woods. It's been a week since I saw the thing. It hasn't come back, at least not close enough for me to notice. But the woods don't feel right anymore. There's a heaviness in the air, a tension that wasn't there before. The animals are acting strange. The deer have changed their patterns, avoiding certain areas they used to frequent. Even the birds seem more skittish. Yesterday, I hiked out to my furthest camera again. The memory card was missing. Not the camera, just the card inside it. Removed clean and proper, like someone knew exactly what they were doing. I spent 30 years in these mountains, thinking I knew every living thing that called them home. Now I'm not so sure. The locals have stories, of course. Every rural place does. Tales of something big living deep in the woods, stealing livestock, leaving massive tracks. I always laughed at those stories, called them campfire talk, meant to scare kids and tourists. I'm not laughing anymore. Part of me wants to pack up and leave. Sell this place to some city folk who want a wilderness experience and move somewhere with more people and fewer shadows. But this is my home. My father's home before me. Running isn't in my blood. So I've reinforced my doors, added motion lights that cover every approach to the house, bought more ammunition, and I've started keeping a journal of everything that happens, writing down every sound and sighting, documenting the evidence. The thing that keeps me up at night isn't fear that it'll come back. It's knowing that if I go public with what I've seen, my peaceful life here is over. The cryptid hunters and TV crews would descend like locusts. They'd tromp through my woods, set up their equipment, and turn my sanctuary into a circus. And they might draw it back, provoke it, create a situation where someone gets hurt. But if it is what I think it is, if the stories are true and something's been living in these mountains all along, don't people deserve to know? Isn't there a responsibility in discovery? For now, I keep my evidence locked in a fireproof safe. The hair sample, the SD cards, my journal. I've made copies and stored them elsewhere just in case. Insurance, I suppose, though against what I'm not exactly sure. Last night I sat on my porch with my shotgun across my lap until dawn broke. The woods were quiet, normal quiet, with all the usual sounds of night creatures going about their business. No sign of my visitor. As the sun rose, I almost convinced myself I'd imagined the whole thing, let my mind run away with me after seeing some unusual but explainable animal. Then I noticed something on the edge of my clearing. 3 saplings, each about 4 inches thick, had been twisted together in a pattern that nature doesn't make. They were braided like a girl's hair, bent but not broken, forming a kind of arch. It would have taken tremendous strength to bend them, and fingers, dexterous, strong fingers, to weave them. It was a marker or a message. Either way, it meant I wasn't alone out here anymore. I'm watching the tree line now as evening approaches. The dogs are huddled against the door, unwilling to step outside even to chase the squirrels that normally drive them crazy. They know something's out there, something that doesn't belong. I've lived my life by certain truths. What you can see, touch, and prove. I've never given much weight to things I couldn't explain with science or common sense, but science says there are still undiscovered species in this world, and common sense tells me that something made those footprints, left that hair, twisted those trees. Whatever it is, it's watching me now. I can feel it, not with any mystical sixth sense, but with the awareness that comes from decades in the wilderness. The feeling of eyes on you, the subtle wrongness in the air when something's disturbed the natural order. Night is falling. I'm loading my gun and checking my locks, preparing for whatever comes next. I don't know if it means me harm or if it's just curious, marking its territory. All I know is that these woods that I thought I understood completely have been keeping secrets, and I'm not sure I'm ready for what else they might reveal. Story 10. I killed the headlights as the truck approached on the narrow stretch of highway. The road barely had room for both vehicles, and in the growing darkness of northern Queensland dusk, it was better to be cautious. The truck rumbled past, its driver giving a quick wave of thanks. "All right to go now, Tom?" Rebecca asked from the passenger seat, her voice soft with fatigue after our long day visiting relatives in Rathdowney. "Yeah, just waiting for the dust to settle," I replied, drumming my fingers on the steering wheel. Daniel, Rebecca's brother, sat silently in the back, probably scrolling through his phone. He'd joined us for the weekend, his first visit to this part of Australia. The fine red dust kicked up by the truck hung in the air like mist. We were about 40 kilometres north of the New South Wales border, in a stretch of dense forest that lined both sides of Old Mount Lindesay Highway. Nothing but trees, rocks, and the occasional farm for miles. I flicked the high beams back on and prepared to pull onto the road when movement caught my eye. Jesus Christ! The words burst from my mouth before I could stop them. 3 massive figures rushed across the road directly in front of our car, illuminated in the harsh white of our headlights. The first one was enormous, taller than any man I'd ever seen. 8 feet at least, with broad shoulders and a thick, solid build. Its body was covered entirely in reddish-brown hair, matted and wild. "What the hell is that?" Rebecca's voice rose in panic as she gripped the dashboard. I couldn't answer. My throat had closed up. The creature crossed the road in 2 massive strides, moving with a speed that seemed impossible for its size. Its arms swung at its sides, unnaturally long, extending well past its knees. A second creature followed, just seconds behind the first. Slightly smaller, but built the same. Maybe 7 feet tall, with the same reddish hair. Female, I thought absurdly, though I couldn't have explained why I was certain. "Thomas, what are we looking at?" Rebecca's voice trembled. "Yowies," I whispered, the word coming from childhood stories told around campfires, stories I'd never truly believed. The third creature appeared then, smaller than the others, but still larger than Rebecca, a juvenile, moving in the same hunched posture as the adults. None of them had visible necks. Their heads seemed to sit directly on their shoulders like gorillas, but different. All wrong for this continent. All wrong for any known animal. Daniel had scrambled forward between the front seats, his breath hot on my neck. "What the fuck, man? What the fuck?" The creatures disappeared into the forest on the right side of the road, the juvenile last to vanish into the darkness. They'd passed barely 20 feet in front of our car, close enough that I could see the way their hair hung in matted clumps, the powerful muscles moving beneath. What struck me hardest wasn't their size or their appearance. It was how they'd completely ignored us. No fear, no curiosity, just 3 massive unknown creatures crossing a road as if our car with its blazing headlights wasn't even there. "Tom?" Rebecca's voice cracked. She'd gone pale, her hands shaking visibly. "What did you call them?" "Yowies." My mouth was dry as dust. Australian Bigfoot, sort of. I never believed in them. Daniel's phone clattered to the floor. "Did you get a picture? Tell me someone got a picture." I shook my head slowly. It had happened too fast, maybe 15 seconds from first sighting to when they disappeared. My hands hadn't left the steering wheel. "We need to go," Rebecca said suddenly. "Now, Tom, drive." I nodded and pressed the accelerator, pulling back onto the empty highway. The forest seemed different now, no longer just trees and shadows, but something alive, watching. Something that could hide creatures 8 feet tall without a trace. "Nobody's going to believe this," Daniel muttered from the back seat. He was right. I barely believed it myself, and I'd seen it with my own eyes. The rest of the drive home to our farmhouse outside of Woodinbong was tense and mostly silent. Rebecca kept looking into the trees along the roadside. Daniel tapped furiously on his phone, searching for information about yowies. "There are thousands of reports," he said as we turned onto the dirt road leading to our property, dating back to Aboriginal stories. Holy shit, guys. I pulled up to our house, a weathered Queenslander on stilts that we'd bought 2 years ago when we moved north from Sydney. The porch light cast a weak yellow glow, barely reaching the edge of our yard where the bush began. "I don't want to stay here tonight," Rebecca said suddenly. Her voice was flat, determined. "Tom, I'm serious. Not tonight. Beck, we're safe here. The house... I don't care about the house." She turned to face me, her eyes wide. "Those things were huge, Tom. The big one could probably tear our door off without trying." Daniel leaned forward. "She's right, man. That first one looked like it weighed at least 110 kilos of pure muscle." I wanted to argue, to say they were being ridiculous, but the image of those creatures was burned into my mind. The way they moved, powerful, purposeful, the casual strength in their stride. "We'll go to the Pinewood Motel in town," I decided, "just for tonight. We can come back in the morning when it's light." Relief washed over Rebecca's face. "Thank you." We didn't even go inside. I backed out of the driveway and headed toward Woodenbong, a tiny town with exactly one motel. The 15-minute drive felt longer, the forest pressing close to the road the entire way. The motel office was closed when we arrived, but the owner, Jim Caldwell, lived on site. He answered my knock wearing flannel pajama pants and a confused expression. "Taylor, everything all right at your place?" He'd helped us fix our water pump last summer. "Yeah, just had some electrical problems," I lied. "Thought it better to stay in town until morning." Jim nodded, not entirely convinced but too polite to press. He gave us a room with 2 queen beds and wished us good night. In the room, Rebecca sat on the edge of one bed, still pale. "I've never heard of yowies before, not once." "They're like Australia's version of Bigfoot," Daniel explained, sitting cross-legged on the other bed with his laptop open. "But there are differences. The reports say they're more aggressive than North American Sasquatches." "Great," she muttered. "That's just great." I paced the small room, trying to process what we'd seen. They were so wrong. The proportions, the way they moved, nothing about them fit. "Look at this." Daniel turned his laptop around. The screen showed a crude drawing of a tall, hairy humanoid with long arms and no neck. "From a report in 1912, just 30 miles from where we saw them." The similarity was undeniable. Someone had seen what we saw over 100 years ago. "I need a shower," Rebecca announced suddenly, standing up. "And then sleep. I can't think about this anymore tonight." While she showered, Daniel and I hunched over his laptop, reading report after report. Sightings along the east coast of Australia, concentrated in the mountainous regions. Descriptions matched what we'd seen. The height, the reddish hair, the long arms, the missing neck. Some reports mentioned aggression, thrown rocks, animal mutilations, stalking behavior. "We should report this," Daniel said. I hesitated. "Who would believe us?" "There are researchers, people who document this stuff." He tapped the screen. "Look, there's even a hotline." Rebecca emerged from the bathroom, her hair wet, eyes red from crying. "No reports," she said firmly. "Not yet. I need time to process this. We all do." We agreed to sleep on it, but sleep didn't come easily for any of us that night. Morning arrived with harsh sunlight through thin curtains. I'd maybe slept 3 hours total, broken into fragments by nightmares of being chased through dark forests. Rebecca looked no better, her usually bright eyes dulled by exhaustion. "We need to go back to the house," she said over coffee in the motel's small breakfast area. "Get some clothes, check on things." Daniel nodded. "In daylight it'll be fine." The drive back seemed shorter in the morning light. Our house looked normal, peaceful even, with birds singing in the gum trees that lined our property, no sign that anything unusual had happened the night before. We went inside, and Rebecca immediately started gathering clothes, toothbrushes, her laptop. "I want to stay in town another night," she announced. No one argued. I walked the perimeter of our property looking for... what? Footprints? Broken branches? Some evidence that what we'd seen was real and not a shared hallucination. I found nothing unusual, but the forest at the edge of our land seemed different now, deeper, secretive. Daniel joined me, his phone in hand. I called that researcher, guy named Mitchell Graves. He documents Yowie sightings all through this region. What did he say? He wants to meet us. Today, if possible. I glanced back at the house where Rebecca was visible through the window, packing a bag. I don't know if Beck is ready for that. She's tougher than you think, Daniel said. And this Mitchell guy, he believes us without question. Said our description matches dozens of other reports from the Mount Lindsay area. A weight lifted slightly from my chest. Someone believed us. We weren't crazy. Rebecca agreed to meet the researcher, though reluctantly. Mitchell came to our motel room that afternoon, a lean, weathered man in his 50s, with the intense focus of someone used to being dismissed. The formation you described is unusual, he said after we'd recounted our experience. Typically, the juvenile would be protected in the middle. The fact that it was at the rear suggests they weren't fleeing from a threat. So what were they doing? Rebecca asked. She sat rigid on the edge of the bed, arms crossed. Moving territory, most likely, following game trails. They're primarily nocturnal, which explains why you encountered them after dark. Mitchell pulled out a map of the region and spread it on the small table. Your sighting was here, correct? I pointed to the location on the highway. Mitchell marked it with a red X, joining dozens of others scattered across the map. There's a concentration in this area, he explained, circling a region that included our property. The Bunjalung people called this place Wulyang, land of the hairy ones. They avoided hunting here at night. Great, Rebecca muttered. Our house is right in the middle of it. Mitchell's expression softened. Mrs. Taylor, I've been researching these creatures for 23 years. In that time, I've documented over 300 sightings, but only 12 cases of direct aggression, all of them provoked. What counts as provocation? Daniel asked. Shooting at them, following them, invading what they consider their territory, caves primarily. I thought about our property. No caves, just forest and the small creek that ran along the southern boundary. We'd lived there for 2 years without incident. So they don't normally bother people? Rebecca asked. They avoid human contact when possible. What's remarkable about your encounter is how close they came to your vehicle. That suggests the crossing point is important to them, a regular route they weren't willing to abandon even with your presence. The information should have been reassuring. It wasn't. After Mitchell left, promising to send us more information, we decided to remain at the motel another night. None of us said it, but I think we all knew we were postponing the inevitable decision, whether we could return to our home knowing what shared the land around us. 3 days later, we moved back to our house. Rebecca insisted on new security measures, motion-activated lights around the property, sturdy locks on all doors and windows, an air horn by the bed. Daniel extended his stay, unwilling to leave his sister while she was still frightened. Life settled into an uneasy routine. Days were normal. I worked from my home office. Rebecca tended her vegetable garden. Daniel helped reinforce our back fence. But nights were different. Every sound from the forest carried new meaning. The darkness beyond our windows seemed alive in ways it never had before. A week after the sighting, Daniel and I drove back to the spot on the highway. In daylight, it looked ordinary, just a stretch of asphalt cutting through dense forest. We walked into the trees where the creatures had disappeared, searching for signs. "Look at this," Daniel called from 30 yards in. He pointed to a sapling, bent and broken about 7 feet up. Something tall did this. Recently, we found more evidence. Unusual depressions in the soft ground that could have been footprints, though rain had obscured them. A clump of coarse, reddish hair caught on a thorny bush. Daniel carefully placed it in a plastic bag. "Mitchell will want this," he said. I stared deeper into the forest. The trees grew closer together, the undergrowth thicker. Somewhere in that tangle, those creatures moved, lived, watched. They've always been here, I said quietly. Long before us. Daniel nodded. Makes you wonder what else is out there that we don't know about. We returned to the car and drove home in silence, both lost in our own thoughts. The hair sample went to Mitchell, who sent it to a lab in Brisbane. The results came back inconclusive. Unknown primate, contaminated sample. Not proof, but not dismissal either. Rebecca gradually adjusted to our new reality. The initial terror faded to caution, then to a respectful wariness. She resumed her evening walks but carried a whistle and never went after sunset. Daniel eventually returned to Sydney, but called often, hungry for updates. We never saw the creatures again, not directly, but sometimes, on still nights when the moon is hidden, we hear heavy movement in the forest beyond our property line, branches breaking under substantial weight. Once, a strange, guttural vocalization that raised the hair on my arms and sent Rebecca rushing to close all the windows. I've made my peace with it. This land was never truly ours. We're just passing through territory that has belonged to others for millennia. The Yowies, the hairy ones, our neighbors in the dark. Rebecca keeps a camera by the back door now, just in case. Some nights I catch her standing on the porch, staring into the darkness, both hoping for and dreading another glimpse of something that shouldn't exist, but undeniably does. We don't tell many people about what we saw. Those we've told either believe without question, having had their own unexplainable encounters in these forests, or dismiss us entirely. There's rarely middle ground with something like this, but we know what we saw on the old Mount Lindsay Highway that night. 3 massive creatures, moving with purpose and power, neither afraid of us nor interested in us. Just passing through, following ancient paths we can't see, living lives parallel to our own but separate, hidden in plain sight in the vastness of the Australian bush. Some mysteries are better left unsolved. Some neighbors are better left undisturbed. We've learned to live with ours, respecting the unspoken boundaries between their world and ours, connected only by the land we share and the knowledge that we are not alone. Story 11. I leaned back against the tall gum tree, watching darkness settle over Sherbrook Forest like a heavy blanket. The night air felt cooler than I expected for October, and I adjusted the camping lantern beside me to check my watch. 11:43 p.m. I'd already been out here for nearly 3 hours, and nothing had happened except for a possum rustling through leaves about 20 yards away. My name is Patrick Donovan, 19 years old, and according to half the people in our small town of Millfield, I was currently making the biggest mistake of my life. For as long as I could remember, locals talked about Sherbrook Forest with hushed voices, especially the dense area surrounding Nation Road. Kids weren't allowed to play here after sunset. Campers avoided it. Even hunters with high-powered rifles and years of bushcraft experience steered clear. "You won't last the night, Donovan," Cal Jenkins had told me at the gas station yesterday. His eyes had narrowed as he handed me my change. "Something ain't right in those woods. You're playing a fool's game." His words bounced around my head as I sat there in the darkness. I'd picked a spot near one of the picnic areas, about half a mile from my house at the forest edge, close enough to bolt home if needed, but deep enough to prove my point. I took another swig from my thermos. The coffee had gone lukewarm, but I needed the caffeine. My phone showed 4 missed calls from my buddy Mike, probably checking if I'd chickened out yet. I sent him a quick text. "Still here. Nothing but possums and darkness. Everyone's full of shit." The forest stood silent around me, just normal nighttime rustling. No ghosts, no monsters, no mysterious lights, just trees, darkness, and the occasional call of a night bird. I'd begun to doze intermittently, jerking awake every 20 minutes or so to check my surroundings. The most dangerous thing I'd encountered was nearly spilling coffee on my jeans. At some point, I must have fallen into a deeper sleep, because when I next opened my eyes, The forest had changed. The air felt different, heavier, charged somehow. My phone read 3:17 a.m. Something had woken me. I sat perfectly still, straining my ears. Nothing. Then I heard it. A crack in the distance, not the gentle snap of a twig under an animal's weight, but a violent splitting sound, like a tree being torn in half. Crack! Another one, closer this time. I scrambled to my feet, heart hammering against my ribs. Crash, crack, boom. The sounds erupted through the forest like artillery fire. It sounded like massive trees were being felled by some invisible bulldozer, each one snapping and crashing to the ground with thunderous force. But I couldn't see anything moving in the pre-dawn darkness, just noise, violent, destructive noise, tearing through the previously peaceful forest. Shit, I whispered, quickly gathering my backpack. Whatever was happening, I didn't want to be in the middle of it. I switched off my lantern, suddenly feeling exposed, and began walking rapidly back toward the trail that led home. The crashing continued, seeming to circle around me, never in the same place twice. I tried to tell myself it was just trees falling, maybe a sudden localized windstorm or some natural phenomenon. But there was no wind, not even a breeze. The air hung dead still between the violent crashes. Then everything went silent. I stopped, my breath catching in my throat. The abrupt absence of sound felt more threatening than the chaos that preceded it. I stood frozen, straining to hear anything. The sound that came next didn't enter through my ears. It penetrated my entire body. A screech tore through the forest canopy above me, so high-pitched and powerful it felt like my skull might crack open. This wasn't an animal call or any natural sound I'd ever heard. It was deliberate, projected, a war cry that echoed across the treetops and seemed to vibrate in my chest cavity. It got inside of me. That's the only way I can describe it. Not just a sound I heard, but something that reached into me and twisted my insides with primitive fear. I ran. No more pretending to be brave or curious. Pure survival instinct took over as I bolted down the trail toward home, my feet pounding against the dirt path. That's when I noticed movement to my right. About 50 meters away, along the creek line that ran parallel to the trail, something was moving. Even in the dim pre-dawn light, I could see the vegetation swaying as whatever it was matched my pace exactly. When I slowed, it slowed. When I sped up, it accelerated in perfect synchronization. It wasn't random animal movement. It was tracking me with precision. My lungs burned as I pushed myself harder, the trail gradually widening as I approached the forest edge. My house stood just beyond the tree line. 100 yards of open grass separated the forest from our back porch. Just a little further. I burst from the trees onto our property, gasping for air as I stumbled across the dew-covered grass. Relief flooded through me as I reached the back steps of our house. I was safe. I fumbled for my keys, then stopped. Something made me turn around. It stood at the exact border where forest met lawn, perfectly still, arms at its sides. 8 feet tall if it was an inch, its massive frame silhouetted against the darkness of the forest behind it. At first I thought it might be a very large man wearing a grey fur hat. That's what the silver hair surrounding its domed head resembled in the dim light. But as my eyes adjusted, I realized what I was seeing wasn't human, not even close. Its body was dark with silver tinges, covered entirely in brown hair with grey tips, each strand perhaps 2 or 3 inches long. The proportions were wrong for a human. Too large, too powerful, the shoulders impossibly broad. The face was set deep under a prominent brow, but I could see its eyes clearly. They reflected the faint moonlight with an amber glow. Those eyes locked onto mine with unsettling intelligence. This wasn't an animal staring at me. This was communication. Deliberate, intentional communication. I couldn't move. My keys dangled forgotten from my fingertips as we stood facing each other across 60 yards of open grass. It made no move to approach, no threatening gestures. It simply stood there, establishing boundaries. This is my domain. those eyes seemed to say. You are the trespasser here. The being was more hominid than ape, standing fully upright with a presence that radiated ancient dominance. I felt like an intruder who had been caught and was now being issued a warning delivered not through words, but through presence alone. A car drove past on the distant road, its headlights momentarily illuminating our yard from the side. I instinctively glanced toward the light. 1 second, that's all the distraction took. When I looked back, the creature was gone, vanished, not running away or retreating into the forest. Simply gone, with no sound or movement to mark its departure. The tree line stood empty and still, as if nothing had been there at all. I fumbled with my keys, hands shaking so badly I could barely get the door open. Once inside, I locked every window and door in the house, then collapsed on the living room floor, my back against the wall, staring out at the forest through our picture window. Dawn broke an hour later, painting the forest edge in soft orange light. Birds began to sing. The world returned to normal as if nothing had happened. But I knew what I had seen, and I knew I would never enter Sherbrook Forest at night again. 3 days passed before I told anyone what happened. I kept replaying the encounter in my mind. Those intelligent eyes, the deliberate stance, the warning that needed no words. I checked online for reports of tree damage in the forest, but found nothing. Whatever had caused those massive crashing sounds hadn't left any trace. Mike came over on Wednesday afternoon. We sat on my back porch, the forest standing innocently in the distance under bright sunlight. "So you actually stayed the whole night?" he asked, cracking open a soda. "Not exactly. I hadn't touched my own drink. I left around 3:30 in the morning." "Ha! I knew you'd chicken out." He grinned, punching my shoulder. "It wasn't like that." Something in my voice made his smile fade. He studied my face. "What happened out there, Pat?" I told him. All of it. The crashing sounds, the scream that got inside me, being tracked along the creek, and finally, coming face to face with something that shouldn't exist. I described its height, its silver-tipped hair, the domed head, and those eyes, those knowing ancient eyes. When I finished, Mike didn't laugh or joke like I expected. He sat silently, his soda forgotten in his hand. "My granddad used to talk about something in those woods," he finally said. "Called it the Guardian. Said it was one of the big ones." "The big ones?" "Yeah. Not like the little creatures from stories. The really ancient ones. The ones that were here before us." Mike looked uncomfortable. "I always thought it was just old man talk, you know? Scary stories." I shook my head. "I saw it, Mike. Clear as I'm seeing you right now. You going to tell anyone else?" I considered this. Who'd believe me? They'd say I fell asleep and had a nightmare, or I was trying to make up a story to scare people. "Yeah, probably." Mike looked toward the forest. "You going back in there?" "During the day, maybe, with other people, never alone and never at night." He nodded slowly. "Probably smart. 2 weeks later, I was working at Harley's Hardware when Cal Jenkins came in for paint supplies. He gave me a surprised look. 'Well, look who survived Sherbrook Forest,' he said, leaning against the counter. 'Guess I was wrong about you, Donovan.' I rang up his items without responding. "So nothing happened out there? No spooks or monsters?" His tone was mocking, but his eyes watched me carefully. I handed him his receipt. "Forest is forest, just trees and animals." Cal studied me for a long moment. "Your eyes say different, boy. I see it now. You've got the look." "What look?" "The look of somebody who's seen something they can't explain. Something that changed how they see the world." He gathered his bags. "My uncle had that same look after he spent a night in those woods back in '83. Never would talk about what happened, but he never set foot in there again." As he headed for the door, he turned back. "Whatever you saw, Donovan, it let you leave. Remember that. It let you leave." Last weekend, a group of college students from Melbourne came up to Millfield. They had cameras and recording equipment, paranormal investigators looking to document the haunted forest they'd read about online. They asked around town for guides, offering good money for anyone willing to take them in at night. No one volunteered. They found me at the diner and made their pitch, doubling their offer when I initially refused. $500 for one night's work, just to guide them to the picnic area and back. Easy money, they said. I thought about those eyes in the darkness, the deliberate stance, the warning. The forest isn't haunted, I told them, but it is protected. They laughed, thinking I was being dramatic. One of them, a tall guy with a carefully groomed beard, pulled out his wallet. $700, final offer. I looked at the money, then passed him toward the window where Sherbrook Forest stood visible in the distance. Not for 7,000, I said. Some boundaries aren't meant to be crossed. They eventually found someone, a guy passing through town who needed cash and didn't know the local stories. They went in Friday night with all their equipment. Cameras, audio recorders, thermal images. They came out 3 hours later, running. Left half their equipment behind. Nobody asked them what happened, and they don't volunteer the information. Some things are better left alone. Some territories aren't ours to claim. Sherbrook Forest has its guardian, one of the big ones, and I was lucky enough to receive only a warning. I won't tempt fate by ignoring it. Some nights I still wake up hearing that scream, the one that gets inside you, and on particularly dark evenings I find myself checking that the doors are locked, pulling the curtains closed against the forest's edge, because I know what stands watch out there, and I know it remembers my face. Story 12. The afternoon chill bit through my jacket as I kicked at the fallen leaves in our backyard. It was October 1979, and I was 14, bored out of my mind in our isolated house at the edge of Calhoun County. Derek, my best friend since 3rd grade, tossed a stick into the air, catching it with practiced ease. "Want to go further out today?" he asked, nodding toward the tree line behind my house. I shrugged. Sure. Dad won't be home till dark anyway. The woods behind our property were familiar territory. Derek and I had spent countless hours there, building forts and pretending to be explorers. But that day, with the sky threatening rain and Halloween approaching, we felt daring. "Let's go past the creek this time," I suggested, already heading for the trees. The forest welcomed us with its usual soundtrack. Squirrels scurrying across branches, birds calling from above, the crunch of leaves beneath our sneakers. I led the way, climbing over fallen logs and ducking under low branches. The smell of wet earth and decaying leaves filled my nostrils. "Hey, Jacob, think we'll find anything cool today?" Derek asked, his voice bright with excitement. "Maybe an old cabin or something," I replied. "Or buried treasure." We crossed the creek, our feet getting wet despite our best efforts to use the scattered rocks as stepping stones. The land began to slope upward, taking us deeper into unfamiliar territory. "I didn't know these woods went back this far," Derek said, his breath coming heavier as we climbed. I didn't either, but I wasn't about to admit it. "My dad mentioned there used to be farms all through here before they got abandoned." After nearly an hour of walking, the trees thinned out, and we emerged into a clearing. What stood before us was an old apple orchard. Rows of gnarled, twisted trees, their branches still bearing a few withered fruits. The grass grew tall between the trees, yellowed and bent with the season. "Whoa," Derek whispered. "This is cool." I stepped forward, drawn to the strange beauty of the forgotten orchard. Something felt different here. The air hung heavy, and I realized what was bothering me, the complete absence of sound. No birds called, no squirrels rustled. Even the wind seemed to move the leaves without making them whisper against each other. "It's really quiet," I said, my voice sounding unnaturally loud. Derek nodded, looking around with narrowed eyes. "Yeah, weird." We ventured further into the orchard, walking between rows of the ancient apple trees. Dead leaves swirled around our feet, lifted by a wind that made no sound. The hair on my arms stood up beneath my jacket sleeves. "Jacob," Derek said suddenly, his voice tight, "do you feel like we're being watched?" The question sent a chill down my spine, because I'd been feeling exactly that. The unmistakable sensation of eyes tracking our movements. I scanned the trees, the tall grass, the shadows between the orchard rows. Nothing. It's just the creepy old orchard, I said, but my voice lacked conviction. We continued walking, but slower now, more cautious. The silence pressed against my ears like physical pressure. Even our footsteps seemed muffled. Then it happened. A loud, thumping crunch shattered the silence about 50 feet away, near the edge of the orchard, where the trees met the deeper forest. The sound was like nothing I'd ever heard, not quite a footstep, not quite a branch breaking, but something in between, something massive. Derek and I froze, our heads snapping toward the noise. My heart hammered against my ribs so hard I thought it might break through. At first, I couldn't make sense of what I was seeing. Among the trees stood what looked like a column of dark reddish fur. Then my brain processed the full image, and my blood turned to ice. It was standing upright, fully erect, like a man, but impossibly big. The creature's back was to us, but as we stared, it began to turn. I caught a glimpse of its profile, not its face, thank God, but part of its stomach, its buttocks, a left leg thicker than my entire body. The fur covering it was a deep, rusty red, with strange granite-colored streaks about 3 or 4 inches long running through it. A deep, throaty noise rumbled from the thing, not quite a growl, not quite speech, but something primal that made my insides quiver. Then it moved, surprisingly fast for its size, disappearing into the dense brush at the edge of the orchard. For one endless second, Derek and I remained frozen. Then, as if a spell had broken, we both turned and ran. I don't remember deciding to run. One moment I was standing there, the next I was sprinting for my life. My lungs burned, branches whipped my face. I splashed through mud and swamp, no longer caring about staying dry or following any path. All I knew was that my house was 350 feet away, and that distance felt like miles. The woods that had seemed so familiar now felt alien and threatening. I jumped over fallen logs, crashed through underbrush, slipped in mud but kept going. My heart thundered in my ears, drowning out everything except one thought: get home, get home, get home. When I finally broke through the tree line into our backyard, I doubled over, hands on my knees, gasping for breath. That's when I realized Derek was right beside me, his face pale, eyes wide with fear. Did you see that?" he panted. I nodded, unable to speak. "What was it?" Derek asked, his voice cracking. I shook my head. "I don't know. But I did know one thing. Whatever it was, it had been enormous. Its leg alone had been as tall as me, and I stood 5'4" at the time. The image of its massive form, covered in that strange reddish fur with granite streaks, was burned into my brain. We went inside my house and locked the door. Neither of us mentioned going back to get Derek's backpack, which he'd dropped during our flight. We sat in my kitchen, drinking Kool-Aid and trying to make sense of what we'd seen. "Bigfoot?" Derek suggested finally. "Maybe," I said, though the word seemed inadequate for the creature we'd encountered. "But I've never heard of one with red fur." "We should tell someone," Derek said. I thought about it, imagining telling my dad or calling the sheriff. Who'd believe us? They'd say we made it up for attention. Derek nodded slowly. Yeah, they probably would. We made a pact then, to keep what we'd seen between us. Not because we were afraid people would think we were crazy, though that was part of it. Mostly because what had happened felt private somehow, like a secret the forest had shared with us alone. Life went on. Derek and I never went back to the orchard. We still played in the woods, but we stayed close to my house, always within sight of the backyard. We didn't talk about what we'd seen, but it hung between us like an invisible thread. High school came. Derek's family moved to Grand Rapids our sophomore year. We promised to stay in touch, but you know how it is. New schools, new friends, new lives. We lost contact. I stayed in Calhoun County, working at my dad's hardware store after graduation, eventually taking it over when he retired. I thought about the creature sometimes, usually on October evenings when the light faded early and the wind blew the leaves around just so. I'd look out toward the woods and wonder if it was still out there watching from the trees. But as the years passed, the memory faded, becoming more dream than reality, until 26 years later, when the bell above the hardware store door jingled, and in walked Derek Miller. I recognized him instantly, despite the receding hairline and the extra 40 pounds. He had the same easy smile, the same way of ducking his head slightly when he entered a room. "Jacob Thompson," he said, grinning. "Still hanging around Calhoun County, I see." We shook hands, then hugged, slapping each other's backs in that way men do when they're genuinely happy to see each other but don't want to show too much emotion. "What brings you back to town?" I asked, leaning against the counter. "Work," he said. "I'm doing some consulting for the new factory outside of Battle Creek. Thought I'd swing by, see if you were still around." We caught up on the basics. He was married with 2 kids, living in Chicago now. I was divorced, no kids, still running the store my father had built. He asked about the town, the changes, the things that had stayed the same. Then there was a lull in the conversation, and he looked straight at me, his expression suddenly serious. "Do you remember what we saw behind your house?" he asked quietly. The question hit me like a physical blow. Of course I remembered. I'd never forgotten. But I'd convinced myself that Derek might have, that it hadn't affected him the way it had affected me. "In the orchard," I said, my voice equally quiet. He nodded, relief crossing his face. "So it was real. I've wondered sometimes if I'd imagined it." "No," I said. "It was real." That evening, after I closed the shop, we went to Mac's Tavern on Main Street. Over beers, we reconstructed that October day in 1979. Every detail matched between our memories. The silence in the orchard, the watching feeling, the creature's size and appearance, the terror of our flight home. "I've done some research over the years," Derek admitted, tracing patterns in the condensation on his beer glass. "There have been other sightings in Michigan, not many with the reddish fur, but some." "You think it was a Bigfoot?" I asked. He shrugged. "I don't know what else it could have been. No animal I know of stands upright like that, walks on 2 legs, and the size of it." "Have you ever told anyone?" I asked. "My wife knows," he said. "She thinks I'm either making it up or misremembering. You?" I shook my head. "Never told a soul." "You never went back to the orchard?" Again, I shook my head. "Never had the nerve." Derek took a long sip of his beer, then set the glass down with a decisive thunk. "Let's go tomorrow." My heart rate picked up immediately. "What? Why?" "Because it's been haunting both of us for 26 years, he said simply. "Don't you want to know if it's still there? Or if the orchard even exists?" The truth was, I'd wondered many times if the whole thing had been some shared delusion. Maybe there had never been an orchard. Maybe we'd seen a bear standing oddly, and our teenage imaginations had transformed it into something more fantastic. "I don't know, Derek," I said hesitantly. "Come on," he urged. "We're grown men now. What are we afraid of?" Everything, I wanted to say. I'm afraid of everything about those woods. But instead I found myself nodding. Okay, tomorrow. The next day dawned cold and clear. Derek arrived at my house at noon driving a rental SUV. He'd come prepared, hiking boots, backpack with water bottles and snacks, even a compass and a disposable camera. "Ready for an adventure?" he asked, grinning like we were 14 again. I wasn't, but I nodded anyway. We set off from my backyard, following the same route we'd taken decades before. The woods had changed some. Trees had fallen, new ones had grown, the creek had widened its banks. But the path was essentially the same. As we walked, Derek kept up a steady stream of conversation, telling me about his job in IT consulting, his kids' soccer games, his wife's pottery hobby. I listened and responded, but my attention was split, scanning the trees around us, listening for anything unusual. We crossed the creek, our adult bodies navigating the stepping stones with more ease than our teenage selves had. The slope on the other side seemed less steep than I remembered, but still took effort to climb. "Should be just ahead," Derek said as we reached the top of the rise. My heart pounded as we pushed through the undergrowth. What if it wasn't there? What if it was? And so was the creature. The trees thinned and suddenly there it was, the orchard. Older, more overgrown, many of the trees now dead or dying, but unmistakably the same place. The gnarled, twisted apple trees stood in their rows, a few stubborn ones still bearing small, sour-looking fruit. Derek stopped beside me, letting out a long breath. "It's real." We stood at the edge for a long moment, neither of us quite willing to step into the open space. Finally, Derek moved forward, and I followed. The orchard was silent, just as it had been years ago. No birds, no insects buzzing, nothing but the sound of our footsteps crushing the tall grass and fallen leaves. The sensation of being watched crept over me immediately, raising goosebumps on my arms, despite the warm flannel shirt I wore. "Do you feel it?" I whispered. Derek nodded, his eyes scanning the trees. Just like before. We moved slowly between the rows of apple trees, alert to every shadow, every movement of branch or leaf. The silence pressed against us, making each footstep sound unnaturally loud. "Where exactly were we standing?" Derek asked, his voice hushed. I pointed toward the center of the orchard. "There, I think. And it was over there." I gestured toward the far edge, where the orchard met the deeper forest. We made our way to the spot where we'd stood as teenagers. The view was the same, rows of trees stretching toward the dark line of the forest beyond. I stared at the place where the creature had appeared, half expecting to see it materialize again. "I don't see anything," Derek said, disappointment evident in his voice. "Maybe it's gone," I suggested, feeling a mix of relief and, strangely, regret. "It's been 26 years. Derek nodded, then froze. "Jacob," he said, his voice tight, "look at the ground." I followed his gaze to the earth at our feet. Pressed into the soft soil were tracks. Not human footprints, not animal paw prints, but something in between. They were huge, at least 18 inches long, with 5 distinct toe impressions. And they were fresh. "It's still here," I whispered. At that moment, the silence of the orchard deepened even further, becoming a tangible presence around us. The watching feeling intensified, prickling along my spine. Slowly, I raised my eyes from the footprint to the forest edge. There, half hidden among the trees, stood the creature. Taller than I remembered, its reddish fur now streaked with more grey than granite. It was watching us, utterly still, its massive frame silhouetted against the darker forest behind it. Our eyes met, mine and the creature's. I couldn't make out its face clearly from this distance, but I felt its gaze lock with mine. In that moment, I understood something I hadn't as a terrified teenager. It was as aware of us as we were of it, as sentient, as curious. Derek saw it too. I heard his sharp intake of breath, felt his hand grip my arm. "Don't run," he whispered. "Not this time." So we stood our ground, 2 middle-aged men facing the impossible. The creature remained motionless, watching us watch it. 1 minute stretched into 2, into 5. Then, with deliberate slowness, it raised one massive hand and pressed it against its chest. The gesture was so human, so unexpected, that I gasped. "My God," Derek murmured, It's trying to communicate. Without thinking, I mirrored the gesture, pressing my own hand to my chest. The creature held its position for another long moment, then slowly backed away, disappearing into the deeper forest. The silence lifted. Birds began to sing again. The ordinary sounds of the woods returned as if someone had turned up a volume dial. Derek and I stood there, stunned, neither of us speaking for a long time. "What just happened?" he finally asked. I shook my head, unable to form words to describe the connection I'd felt with the creature. Not friendship exactly, but recognition, acknowledgement. "I think," I said slowly, "it remembered us too." We walked back to my house in silence, each lost in our own thoughts. The woods seemed different now, not a place of fear, but of wonder. The creature wasn't a monster from a horror story. It was something else, something that had shared its territory with us, both then and now. When we reached my backyard, Derek turned to me. "We're still not going to tell anyone, are we?" I thought about it. We had no proof beyond our matching stories. Derek had forgotten to use the camera in the moment, and somehow it felt right to keep this between us and the creature, our shared secret. "No," I said. "Some things aren't meant to be shared." Derek nodded, understanding. "I'm glad we came back." I was too. The fear that had lingered at the edges of my memory for 26 years had transformed into something else, a sense of privilege. The creature in the orchard had shown itself to us twice now, had recognized us, had in its way communicated with us. That night, after Derek left to drive back to his hotel in Battle Creek, I sat on my back porch, looking out at the darkened woods. I thought about the creature out there, living its solitary life in the forests of Calhoun County. I wondered how many others had glimpsed it over the years, how many stories remained untold. And I realized that some mysteries are better left as mysteries, not solved or captured or explained away, but simply experienced, acknowledged, respected. From that day on, whenever I looked at the woods behind my house, I no longer felt fear. Instead, I felt a quiet connection to something ancient and unknowable that had, for reasons I would never understand, chosen to reveal itself to a pair of 14-year-old boys in an abandoned orchard, and then again to those same boys in the bodies of middle-aged men. The orchard observer, as I came to think of it, had its reasons, and that was enough for me. Story 13. My hands trembled as I tied the small jig to my fishing line. The warm Michigan night air stuck to my skin, but that wasn't why I shook. It had been 40 years since that night at Flutter's Pond, and still my body reacted this way whenever I thought about it. My name is Marcus Walsh. I was 22 years old in the summer of 1980, working construction during the day and fishing every chance I got. My buddy Adam Bell and I had been looking forward to our weekend fishing trip for weeks. Flutter's Pond was known for largemouth bass that grew fat in its murky waters, and we'd heard stories of 8-pounders pulled from its depths. "Ready to catch the big one, Marcus?" Adam called as he tossed our tackle box into the back of his pickup. The evening sun hung low, painting the sky orange. "Damn right I am," I replied, sliding our small aluminum boat off the truck bed and onto the gravel. "Full moon tonight. Perfect timing." Adam nodded, his wiry frame leaning against the truck. "Won't even need flashlights. Save the batteries for something important." We backed the truck down the boat ramp, and the small craft slid easily into the water. The surface of Flutter's Pond reflected the darkening sky like black glass. Woods circled the entire shoreline, dense and uninviting even in daylight. At night, they formed a wall of absolute darkness. "I heard Bobby Miller caught a 6-pounder here last month," Adam said as we pushed off from shore, right after sunset. The small outboard motor hummed to life, and we cruised toward the center of the pond. Other fishermen were packing up for the night, their rods and coolers loaded into boats heading back to the lodge. They waved as they passed. "You boys be careful out there," an older man called. "Weird things happen on full moon nights." Adam laughed. "The only weird thing that's going to happen is me catching a bigger fish than Marcus." The man didn't laugh back. He just shook his head and kept moving towards shore. By 11:30 p.m. we'd caught 3 decent bass and released them back into the water. The moon climbed high overhead, casting enough light to see our hands working the lines, but little else. The woods surrounding the pond had become a solid black wall. "Let's drift toward the north shore," I suggested. "Near that hunting club property. Water's deeper there." Adam nodded, cutting the motor. "Quieter, too. Don't want to spook the big ones." Our boat drifted silently across the still water. The only sounds were the occasional splash of fish near the surface and the distant hoot of an owl. The temperature had dropped, and I zipped up my jacket. "Perfect night," Adam whispered, casting his line toward the black tree line. "Not even any bugs out." I noticed that too. No mosquitoes, no water bugs skating across the surface. Just stillness. We sat in silence for another 20 minutes. The boat drifted closer to the north shore, where the trees seemed even darker, if that was possible. The full moon somehow couldn't penetrate that wall of vegetation. The time on my watch read 12:01 a.m. when it happened. A roar, a goddamn bone-rattling, chest-vibrating roar erupted from the shoreline, not 50 yards from our boat. It wasn't like any animal I'd ever heard, not a bear, not a cougar, nothing from this earth. It started low, then rose to a pitch that made my teeth ache. Adam dropped his rod. It clattered against the aluminum bottom of the boat. "What the fuck?" he started to say. The second roar cut him off, louder, closer. My whole body went cold. Then the splash came. Something massive hit the water less than 10 feet from our boat. The impact sent a wave that rocked us violently. Water sloshed over the sides, soaking our shoes. I couldn't see what had entered the water, but the displacement suggested something big, bear-sized or larger. Adam and I locked eyes. His face had gone sheet white in the moonlight. Neither of us spoke. Neither of us needed to. My hand found the starter cord for the outboard motor and yanked. Nothing happened. "Start it!" Adam hissed, his voice barely audible. I pulled again. The motor sputtered, then died. Something moved in the water near us, a low ripple heading directly for our boat. I yanked the cord a third time with enough force to nearly dislocate my shoulder. The motor roared to life. I cranked the throttle to full, and the boat lurched forward, nearly throwing Adam overboard. We shot across the pond, the bow lifting almost out of the water. I didn't look back. I didn't need to. I could feel it behind us, keeping pace for several terrifying seconds before the distance between us grew. The lights of the fishing lodge appeared ahead. I steered straight for the dock, not bothering to slow down until the last moment. The boat's bow struck the wooden structure with a crack, and we were thrown forward. Adam scrambled onto the dock before I'd even cut the engine, leaving his rod and tackle behind. I followed seconds later, my legs shaking so badly I could barely climb out. 4 men sat on the lodge porch, drinking beer and playing cards. They looked up as we stumbled toward them. "Whoa there, boys!" the oldest one called out. "You look like you've seen a ghost!" Adam pushed past them without a word, heading straight into the lodge. I stopped, trying to catch my breath. "Something's out there," I managed to say, "in the water by the north shore." The men exchanged glances. One of them snorted. "Let me guess," he said. "Big splash? Strange noises?" I nodded, still trying to steady my breathing. They all burst out laughing. "Classic newbie reaction to flutters at night," another said, slapping his knee. "Probably just a deer crossing the pond. Sound carries weird over water." "No," I insisted. "This wasn't a deer. It roared." This triggered another round of laughter. "Roared! He says it roared!" The oldest man wheezed. "What was it, son? The Flutter's monster?" I gave up trying to explain and went inside the lodge. Adam sat in a corner chair, staring at nothing. A half-empty glass of whiskey trembled in his hand. "Adam," I said, sitting across from him, "we should tell someone. The game warden, maybe." He looked at me with empty eyes. "I'm not saying a word about what happened out there, not one word. But no," he cut me off. "We leave first thing tomorrow. We never talk about this." I didn't sleep that night. Neither did Adam. We sat in silence until dawn broke, then packed our things and headed to the truck. The boat remained tied to the dock, our fishing gear still inside. "Aren't we going to get our stuff?" I asked. Adam shook his head. "Leave it." He drove us back to Briarton, our hometown, without speaking once during the 3-hour journey. When he dropped me off, he simply said, "Forget it happened, Marcus," and drove away. But I couldn't forget. For 3 days, I replayed the incident in my mind. The roar, the splash, the presence in the water behind us. No matter how much the men at the lodge had laughed, I knew what we'd experienced wasn't normal. On the 4th day, I called Joe Campbell, another friend who fished with us sometimes. Joe had always been the most level-headed guy I knew, 6'4", built like a brick wall and afraid of nothing. "Joe," I said when he answered, "I need your help with something at Flutter's Pond." "Thought you and Adam just went there," he replied. "We did. Something happened." I hesitated, then added, "Something I need to check out, but not alone." Joe didn't ask questions on the phone. He agreed to come, and we set out the next morning in his Jeep. The drive back to Flutter's Pond was tense. Joe tried making conversation about the Tigers game and his new girlfriend, but my responses were automatic, my mind elsewhere. "All right," Joe finally said as we pulled into the lodge parking lot. "What's really going on, Marcus? You look like you're headed to your own funeral." I told him everything. The roar, the splash, the thing in the water. To his credit, Joe didn't laugh. He didn't even smile. "And you want to go back to where this happened?" he asked when I'd finished. I nodded. "During daylight. I need to know if there's something to find. Tracks, signs, anything." Joe rubbed his chin. "They have bears around here. Could have been a big one." "It wasn't a bear," I said firmly. "Well, only one way to find out. We rented a small motorboat from the lodge. The same old man who'd laughed at me was behind the counter. He smirked when he saw me. "Back for another scare, son?" he asked, handing me the rental form. I ignored him and signed the paper. 20 minutes later, Joe and I approached the North Shore. In daylight, the woods didn't look nearly as forbidding, but my stomach still knotted as we neared the spot where we'd heard the roar. "That's the hunting club property," Joe said, pointing to a small wooden sign nailed to a tree at the water's edge. "Private, no trespassing." "We're going anyway," I said, steering the boat toward a narrow beach. Joe didn't object. We beached the boat and stepped onto the shore. The ground was mostly hard-packed dirt with patches of sand. I scanned the area for any signs of disturbance. "Let's head inland a bit," I suggested. "Follow one of those trails." Animal paths crisscrossed through the underbrush. We chose the widest one and began walking. The woods were quiet except for bird song and the occasional rustle of leaves in the breeze. After about 10 minutes, the trail opened into a small clearing. A pond, much smaller than Flutter's, sat in the center. Its surface was covered with bright green algae. "Look," Joe said suddenly, pointing to the ground near the pond's edge. I froze. There, in a patch of sandy soil, were footprints. Not human footprints, not bear prints. These were enormous, easily 15 inches long, with distinct toes. They emerged from the small pond and climbed up the slight incline away from the water. "What the hell makes tracks like that?" Joe whispered. I knelt to examine them closer. 5 toes, a pronounced arch, almost human-like but far too large and wide. "I don't know," I admitted. My mouth had gone dry. "But whatever it is, it's real." Joe took out his pocket knife and placed it next to one print for scale. The print dwarfed the 5-inch blade. "We should go," he said, standing up. "Show these to the game warden." I nodded, taking one last look at the prints before we turned back toward our boat. Joe walked slightly ahead, following the trail. I lagged behind, my eyes darting between the trees and undergrowth. We'd almost reached the shoreline when I heard it, a snap, loud and deliberate, like a thick tree branch breaking underfoot. It came from a dense thicket of brush no more than 15 feet to my right. I stopped walking. Joe continued ahead, unaware. Another snap, closer. My body wouldn't move. I stared into the thicket, seeing nothing but shadows and leaves. But something was there. I felt it watching me, with an intelligence that radiated through the brush like heat. I opened my mouth to call to Joe, but no sound came out. My lungs seemed frozen. The brush moved slightly, not from wind. Something big shifted its weight. 10 seconds passed. 20. The sensation of being watched intensified. Whatever hid in that thicket was deciding something, deciding about me. Joe's voice finally broke the spell. "Marcus, you coming?" He stood at the edge of the trees, looking back at me. The presence in the thicket retreated. I felt it withdraw, moving deeper into the forest without making a sound. My legs started working again. I hurried to catch up with Joe, not looking back. "You okay?" he asked. "You're white as a sheet." "It's here," I whispered. "Right now, watching us." Joe's eyes widened. He reached into his belt and pulled out the hunting knife he always carried. "Where?" I shook my head. "Gone now." But it was there, in those bushes. We practically ran back to the boat. I fumbled with the motor while Joe pushed us off the shore. Neither of us spoke until we were halfway across Flutter's pond. "What did you see exactly?" Joe finally asked. "Nothing," I admitted. "I just felt it." Joe nodded slowly. "I believe you. Those tracks weren't made by anything I've ever seen, and I've hunted everything in Michigan." When we returned to the lodge, we went straight to the manager's office and reported what we'd found. The middle-aged woman behind the desk listened patiently, then sighed. "Not this again," she said. "Every summer someone comes in with a story about the Flutter's monster. It's bad for business, gentlemen." "We found tracks," Joe insisted. "Big ones. Probably a black bear," she replied dismissively. "They can make strange prints in soft ground." "It wasn't a bear," I said firmly. The woman smiled thinly. "I'll pass your concerns to the local DNR officer when he stops by next week." We left the lodge knowing nothing would come of our report. On the drive home, Joe and I made a pact to return with cameras and plaster to make casts of the footprints, but we never did. 2 days later, Joe's father had a heart attack, and he left town to help with the family farm. By the time he returned 3 months later, summer was ending, and neither of us suggested going back. Adam refused to discuss that night for the rest of his life. Whenever I brought it up, he would either change the subject or walk away. 10 years after our experience, he moved to Arizona, about as far from Michigan woods and water as he could get. As for me, I never returned to Flutter's Pond. I still fish, but only in open water with good visibility. Never at night, never near woods. Sometimes when I'm alone with my thoughts, I still hear that roar echoing across the black water. I feel the boat rocking from the splash of something massive entering the pond, and I remember the sensation of being watched from that thicket. The absolute certainty that whatever made those tracks was within arm's reach, separated from me by nothing but leaves and branches. I don't know what we encountered that summer night in 1980. I never found answers, despite years of discreet research into local legends and cryptid sightings. But of one thing I remain certain. Something lives in those woods that science hasn't documented, something large, powerful, and intelligent enough to stay hidden despite decades of human encroachment. And sometimes, on full moon nights, I wonder if it's still there waiting in the darkness at the edge of Flutter's pond. Story 14. The taillights of Terry Johnson's Cutlass disappeared around the bend ahead of us, leaving only the yellow glow of our headlights cutting through the darkness. August nights in Roscommon County were usually peaceful, but something felt off. Maybe it was the beer. Not enough to be drunk, just enough to make me notice every shadow along rural Route 7. "Man, that was some party," I said, adjusting the passenger seat of Chris's van. The Chevy rumbled beneath us, its engine a constant vibration I could feel through my sneakers. Chris Parker nodded, his eyes fixed on the road. "Terry's got that new stereo system. Sounds pretty good." "Better than this piece of junk," I laughed, thumping the dashboard where Chris's radio had been before someone stole it last spring. "Hey, Tyler, watch it. This van's got feelings," Chris shot back with a grin. The digital clock on the dash read 10:27 p.m. 3 more miles and we'd hit the junction, then another 5 to my place, where Chris would drop me off before heading to his parents' farm on the other side of town. The trees grew denser along this stretch, crowding the roadside like silent watchers. No streetlights out here in Roscommon County, just the occasional mailbox reflecting our headlights. I rolled down my window. The Michigan summer air rushed in, carrying that mix of pine and field dust. Chris reached forward to adjust the rearview mirror, and that's when it happened. "Holy shit!" Chris slammed on the brakes. My body lurched forward, then back, as the van screeched to a halt. My hands shot out to brace against the dashboard. A massive figure had darted across our path, not like a deer would, but deliberately, with purpose. The headlights caught it mid-stride. Then it turned. It bent at the waist and looked directly at us, its face just 3, maybe 4 feet from our windshield. Time slowed down. My heart pounded in my chest so hard I could hear it in my ears. I found myself staring into its eyes, bloodshot, with clearly visible pupils that caught our headlight beams and reflected them back. The eyes sat in a small head, nothing like the broad, rounded head of a bear. This was something else entirely. "Jesus Christ," I whispered. The creature was covered in long, matted brown fur, but not uniform. There were blonde patches and tan sections, like it had been pieced together. Despite being bent at the waist to look at us, its hip remained level with my line of sight inside the van. It was huge. 7, maybe 8 feet tall if it stood straight. It watched us. It didn't just glance, it studied us. Its breath fogged the cool night air in front of our windshield. Then with 4, maybe 5 powerful strides, it cleared the road completely. Each step covered at least 3 feet. It moved with a fluid, rolling gait that no man in a costume could possibly mimic. As it disappeared into the tree line, headlights appeared from around the curve ahead. The oncoming car swerved suddenly, trying to avoid our stopped van in the middle of the road. Its tires caught the loose gravel on the shoulder, and it fishtailed before sliding into the shallow ditch on the opposite side. "Shit!" Chris hit the gas, pulling over to the shoulder. "You okay?" I nodded, unable to form words. My hand trembled as I wiped cold sweat from my forehead. The other car, an old Pontiac, had its hazards on now. A middle-aged man climbed out, seemingly unharmed. "You boys all right?" he called, approaching our van. "Why'd you stop in the middle of the damn road?" Chris leaned out the window. "Sorry, sir. Thought we saw something. You need help getting out of that ditch?" The man glanced at his car, wheels sunk a few inches into the soft earth. "Nah, it's not bad. I can back it out. Just be more careful, all right? Could have been bad." "Yes, sir. Sorry again," Chris replied. We watched as the man returned to his car, its tires spinning briefly before catching traction and reversing back onto the road. He gave us a quick wave before continuing on his way. Chris put the van back in drive, but didn't move. His knuckles were white on the steering wheel. "Did you—" he started, then shook his head. "Let's just go," I said. We drove in complete silence for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 2 minutes according to the dash clock. The trees seemed darker now, the shadows deeper. Every shape along the roadside made my stomach clench. Finally, I couldn't take the silence anymore. "Did you see something back there?" I asked, my voice cracking slightly. Chris immediately pulled the van over, the tires crunching on the loose gravel shoulder. He turned off the engine and looked at me. In the dim light from the dash, his face was pale. "I didn't want to say anything," he admitted. "Thought you'd think I was crazy." Relief washed over me. "So you saw it too?" "Tyler, what the hell was that thing?" His voice was steady but quiet, like he was afraid something might hear us. "That wasn't a bear. No way that was a bear." "Too tall," I agreed. "And the way it looked at us—" "Right at us," Chris nodded. "It turned and looked right at us." "Did you see its eyes?" I asked. "Bloodshot, with pupils, not animal eyes, but not human either." I leaned back in my seat, letting out a long breath. It was at least 7 feet tall, maybe more. Even hunched over like that, its hip was level with the van window, Chris added, and the way it moved, too fast, I finished for him, too smooth. We sat there for a moment, the silence of the rural night surrounding us. No crickets chirped, no frogs called from the nearby creek. It was as if everything had gone quiet. "Anyone else at that party going this way home?" I asked. Chris shook his head. "Don't think so. Most people live in town." I nodded, trying to make sense of what we'd seen. "We should report it." "Report what?" "That we saw Bigfoot in Roscommon County." Chris gave a humorless laugh. "They'd breathalyze us and call our parents." He was right. 2 19-year-old guys driving home from a party, claiming they saw some giant creature on a back road. Who would believe that? "So we just forget about it?" I asked. Chris started the engine again. "I don't think I could forget about it, even if I wanted to." As we pulled back onto the road, I kept my eyes fixed on the tree line. The shadows seemed to move between the trunks, but it was probably just my imagination working overtime. "My grandpa used to talk about something in these woods," Chris said after a while. "Called it the tall walker. Said he saw it once when he was hunting back in '53. No one believed him either." We reached the turnoff to my neighborhood, but I didn't want to go home yet. The thought of being alone with what I'd just seen weighing on my mind wasn't appealing. "Let's go to the truck stop," I suggested. "Get some coffee or something." "Good idea," Chris agreed, driving past my turn. The Valley View truck stop sat at the intersection of routes 7 and 15, a 24-hour beacon of fluorescent lighting and greasy food. At this hour, there were only a few semi-trucks in the lot and a couple of local cars. The waitress, Doreen, had been working there since before we were born. She greeted us with a tired smile as we slid into a booth by the window. "You boys are out late," she noted, wiping down our table with a damp cloth. "Coffee, please," we both answered. When she returned with 2 mugs and a pot of coffee that looked like it had been brewing since noon, she paused, studying our faces. "You two look like you've seen a ghost," she remarked, pouring the steaming black liquid. "Everything okay?" Chris and I exchanged glances. "We saw something weird on rural Route 7, I said carefully. "About 3 miles east of the Johnson farm." Doreen's hand stilled for a moment, coffee pot suspended. "What kind of weird?" "Probably just a bear," Chris interjected quickly, giving me a warning look. "Bears don't usually come that close to the road this time of year," Doreen said. "Not with all the berries in the North Woods." I took a sip of coffee, wincing at the bitter taste. This wasn't a bear. Doreen set the pot down and looked around the nearly empty diner before sliding into the booth beside me. "Listen," she said in a lowered voice. "About 5 years ago, my brother Ray was driving his logging truck back from Sawyer County, middle of the night, same area. He saw something cross the road, said it was tall as his cab." I felt a chill run up my spine despite the warm diner. Ray's not one for making up stories, Doreen continued. He told the sheriff, but they wrote it off as fatigue, told him to get more sleep. Did he describe what it looked like? Chris asked, leaning forward. Brown fur, walked on two legs, said it moved faster than anything he'd ever seen. Doreen shook her head. Ray wouldn't talk about it after that. Too many people laughed at him. We're not laughing, I assured her. Doreen nodded, then stood up as the door chimed. A tired-looking trucker entered, taking a seat at the counter. Be right back, she said, then added quietly. Some things in these woods don't have names, boys. Best to let them be. After she left, Chris and I sat silently, steaming mugs untouched before us. So we're not the first, I finally said. And we won't be the last, Chris replied. Question is, what do we do about it? I considered this, the logical part of my brain, the part that had been raised on science classes and National Geographic specials, wanted evidence, wanted to go back with a camera. But a deeper, more primal part knew better. Nothing, I answered. We do nothing. Whatever that thing was, it didn't hurt us. It was just passing through. Chris nodded slowly. Yeah, you're right. We finished our coffee and paid the bill. The clock above the register read 11:45 p.m. The encounter had happened just over an hour ago, but it felt like days had passed. Back in the van, Chris drove me home without further discussion of what we'd seen. As we pulled into my driveway, he turned to me. Tyler, he said, his face half illuminated by the porch light. Let's keep this between us, okay? At least for now. Sure, I agreed. Who'd believe us anyway? Doreen did. Doreen's brother saw it too. Chris tapped his fingers on the steering wheel. Makes you wonder how many others have. I opened the door and stepped out into the night. The familiar surroundings of my home felt different somehow, as if the world had shifted slightly since I'd left for the party earlier that evening. See you tomorrow? Chris asked. Yeah, I nodded. Tomorrow. As I watched his van disappear down the street, I couldn't shake the image of those eyes looking directly into mine. Whatever it was had seen me, really seen me, in a way that suggested intelligence, purpose. That night, I lay awake until dawn, replaying those few seconds over and over. The way it moved, the way it stopped, the way it looked at us before disappearing into the darkness. In the daylight, life resumed its normal rhythm. I went to my summer job at Wilson's Hardware, Chris to his father's garage. We didn't discuss what we'd seen, not right away. It was almost a week later, drinking beers on his back porch, when he finally brought it up. I drove that stretch of road again, he admitted, in daylight, looked for tracks or hair or something. Find anything? He shook his head. Nothing, but I felt like something was watching me from the trees. You went alone? The thought made me uneasy. Yeah. Stupid, right? He laughed, but there was no humor in it. Over the years, we'd occasionally share the story with trusted friends, usually late at night after a few drinks. Some believed us, most didn't. We never reported it officially. Who would we even tell? The local sheriff would have filed it away as a bare sighting, or worse, dismissed us entirely. Life moved on. I went to community college, then got a job with the electric company. Chris took over his dad's garage. We both married local girls, had kids, built lives in Roscommon County. But every so often, driving those back roads at night, I'd catch myself scanning the tree line, wondering. 30 years later, in 2010, a hunting guide from Sawyer County reported something similar. The story made small waves in local papers before being forgotten. Chris called me the day it was published. Told you we weren't the last, was all he said. Sometimes I think about those bloodshot eyes looking into mine on that August night in 1980. I think about whatever intelligence was behind them, whatever purpose drove it across that dark road at precisely that moment. I think about how it saw us, acknowledged us, and then simply continued on its way. Whatever walks in the forests of Roscommon County has been there far longer than us, and will likely remain long after we're gone. It's not a monster from a horror movie or a legend to frighten children. It's something older, something that belongs to this land in ways we never will. And on certain nights, when the moon is hidden and the Michigan woods are at their darkest, I still catch myself listening for heavy footsteps moving quickly through the underbrush, crossing boundaries we pretend are solid, reminding us that some mysteries refuse to be explained. Story 15. I hadn't planned on telling anyone about what happened that day. Not a damn soul. Who'd believe me anyway? But 30 years is a long time to keep something bottled up inside, especially something that changes how you see the world. So here it is, the complete truth about what I saw in those woods back in September 1980. My name is Hunter Maxwell. I was 17 then, living with my folks in Monroe County, Michigan. Our place was a small farmhouse with big dreams and not much else. Dad worked at the auto plant in Detroit, and Mom kept the house. We weren't poor, but we weren't rich either. Hunting wasn't just a hobby for us, it was how we put meat on the table some months. That morning started like any other. The air had that first hint of fall crispness, the kind that makes your lungs feel clean when you breathe deep. Perfect squirrel hunting weather. I grabbed my old single-shot .22 rifle, nothing fancy, just a simple break action with iron sights that my grandpa had given me when I turned 12, tucked a handful of long rifle cartridges in my jacket pocket, threw on my boots, and headed out. "Back for dinner," I called to Mom, who was washing dishes at the sink. "Where are you heading?" she asked without turning around. "Just out hunting," I answered, already halfway out the door. I didn't tell her I was going to the old Pritchard woodlot. Not because I was hiding anything, I just didn't think it mattered. The Pritchard lot was a small 10-acre patch of forest that sat in the middle of flat farmland. Old man Pritchard kept it undeveloped even when he sold off most of his farm for cornfields. Said something about it being bad ground. Kids made up stories about it being haunted, but to me, it was just a good place to bag a few squirrels without competition from other hunters. I took the dirt shoulder of County Road 8 for about 3/4 of a mile before cutting through the harvested cornfield to reach the wood lot. The corn had been cut just days before, leaving only dry, ankle-high stalks that crunched under my boots. I could see the woods clearly from a distance, a dark green island in a sea of brown stubble. The farmer's lane that cut through the woods formed a rough L shape. You entered from the north, followed it south for about 200 yards, then it bent east and continued another 100 yards before ending at the stream that marked the southern boundary. I'd hunted there at least a dozen times before. As I approached the tree line, something felt off. Not wrong exactly, just different. The woods were louder than they should have been. Birds were making a racket, but not up in the canopy where you'd expect them. The noise came from ground level, from the underbrush. I paused at the edge of the trees, my rifle still slung over my shoulder by its leather strap. The lane ahead was dappled with morning sunlight breaking through the trees. It would have been pretty if not for the weird feeling in my gut. "Just birds," I muttered to myself, stepping onto the lane. The ground was soft from a rain 2 days prior, my boots leaving clear prints in the mud. As I moved deeper into the woods, the bird activity intensified. Red-winged blackbirds darted between bushes. Robins hopped frantically on the ground. Blue jays screeched and fluttered from branch to branch, much lower than usual. Even cardinals, normally so cautious, seemed agitated, flashing their bright red feathers as they moved through the underbrush. I'd seen birds gather before autumn migration, but never like this, never so frenzied, never so focused on the ground rather than the sky. The lane curved slightly ahead, and I found myself distracted, watching a particularly aggressive blue jay dive repeatedly at something in a blackberry thicket. My steps slowed as I tried to figure out what had the bird so worked up. Maybe a snake, a weasel? When I finally turned my attention forward again, my heart stopped. There it stood, just past the bend in the lane, maybe 25 yards ahead of me. Huge, massive, standing upright like a man, but nothing like any man I'd ever seen. 7 feet tall at least. Its shoulders spanned 3 feet wide, and not like a tall, lanky basketball player. This thing was thick, powerful, built like a barrel with limbs. The lower half of its body was partially hidden by underbrush on either side of the lane, but its torso and head stood clearly visible. Reddish-brown hair covered it completely. Not fur, exactly. Not like a bear. More like human hair, but thicker, coarser, and everywhere. The hair on its face was shorter, revealing features that were almost human, but wrong. Its head sat directly on those massive shoulders, with barely any neck visible. The top of its head was flat, not rounded like a person's. Its eyes locked onto mine immediately. Black, completely black. No whites visible at all. They weren't angry or aggressive, just intensely aware, calculating. Its nose was flat and wide, and below that a large, straight-lipped mouth partially obscured by the facial hair. I froze. Completely. My brain screamed at my legs to run, but they refused to move. My rifle hung uselessly from my shoulder. It was loaded but not cocked. My right hand twitched slightly, wanting to reach for it, but I couldn't make myself do it. My mouth went dry as sandpaper. We stared at each other. 10 seconds. 20. A full minute, maybe. Time stopped making sense. The woods around us fell silent. Even the frantic birds seemed to pause, as if holding their breath along with me. My mind raced through possibilities. Bear standing on hind legs? No. The proportions were all wrong, and its stance was too natural, too comfortable. Man in a suit? No way. No costume could capture the fluid musculature I could see even beneath the hair. This thing was real, solid, alive. Don't run, I thought to myself. If you run, it'll chase you. Every nature show I'd ever watched, every hunting magazine article I'd read, they all said the same thing. Don't run from predators. But was this thing a predator? It wasn't acting aggressive, it was just watching. My eyes darted quickly to the woods on either side of the lane, calculating escape routes. The underbrush was thick, but I might be able to crash through it if I had to. The creature noticed this small movement of my eyes. I swear I saw its head tilt slightly, like it was analyzing my intentions. Then, without warning, it moved. Not toward me, thank God. Its right arm, massive, covered in that same reddish-brown hair, came up in a casual motion. The hand, which looked disturbingly human-like but larger, with thick fingers and dark nails, reached to a nearby blackberry bush. With surprising delicacy, it plucked several berries and brought them to its mouth. It ate them while maintaining eye contact with me. The movement wasn't rushed or aggressive. It was almost deliberate, as if it was trying to appear non-threatening. Or maybe it was just hungry and didn't consider me important enough to stop its breakfast. That small action broke whatever paralysis had gripped me. I took one step backward, my boots squelching in the mud. The creature continued eating berries, watching. I took another step back, then another. My heel caught on a root, and I stumbled slightly but caught myself. The creature didn't move toward me or make any sound. It just watched with those black, expressionless eyes. When I'd backed up about 10 yards, I finally risked turning my back. I walked quickly at first, fighting the urge to run. When I reached the edge of the woods, I looked back once. I couldn't see it anymore. The bend in the lane blocked my view. I turned and ran across that cornfield faster than I'd ever run in my life. I didn't stop until I reached our back porch, doubled over, lungs burning, legs shaking. Mum saw me through the kitchen window and came outside. "Hunter? What happened? Where's your rifle?" I looked down at my shoulder. The rifle was gone. In my panic, I must have dropped it somewhere in the woods or in the cornfield. Dad would be furious. I fell. In the stream, I lied, even though I was completely dry. Spooked by a snake. The rifle's probably in the water. I'll go back for it later. Mum looked concerned but didn't press it. I went inside, locked myself in my room, and sat on the edge of my bed, shaking. Later that afternoon, I forced myself to go back. I needed that rifle, and I needed to know if the thing was still there. I took Dad's shotgun this time, loading it with trembling hands before walking back toward the Pritchard lot. I approached the woods from a different angle, working my way cautiously through the eastern edge where the trees were thinner. I found my rifle lying in the mud of the lane, right where I'd been standing when I first saw the creature. The lane ahead was empty. I searched the surrounding woods for over an hour, looking for tracks, hair, anything. The only prints in the mud were my own boot marks and the clear imprint where my rifle had fallen. That night at dinner, Dad asked about the mud on my rifle. I stuck to my snake story. He didn't believe me, I could tell, but he didn't push. Maybe he saw something in my eyes that warned him off. For weeks afterward, I couldn't sleep. Every noise outside my window jolted me awake. I'd lie there, staring at the ceiling, replaying those moments in my mind, the massive shoulders, the black eyes, the casual way it ate berries while watching me. I never told anyone what I really saw. Who would believe me? A 7-foot-tall, hairy creature eating blackberries in the woods of Monroe County. I'd be laughed out of school. Or worse, someone would believe me, and people would start hunting for it. The thought of a bunch of trigger-happy locals storming those woods with rifles made my stomach turn. Whatever that thing was, it hadn't tried to hurt me. It deserved to be left alone. I went to college the next year, moving to the other side of the state. I only returned to Monroe County for holidays and eventually my parents' funerals. I never went back to the Pritchard woodlot. Not once in 30 years. Life moved on. I got married, had kids, got divorced. The normal stuff of life that's supposed to be important. And it was important, but that day in the woods never left me. It sat in the back of my mind, a splinter I couldn't remove. Over the years, I've read about similar sightings in the Pacific Northwest, the Ohio Valley, even the swamps of Florida. Most people call the creature Bigfoot or Sasquatch. Scientists dismiss the stories as hoaxes or misidentifications. I don't argue with them. I don't join the true believers with their blurry photos and plaster casts of footprints. I just know what I saw. Last year, I heard that the Pritchard lot had finally been sold to developers. They were clearing it to build a mini storage facility. Part of me felt sad about it, but another part felt relieved. Maybe whatever had been watching me that day was long gone. Maybe it had moved north to the bigger forests of the Upper Peninsula, or west toward the deeper woods. Or maybe it was still there, silently watching as the chainsaws and bulldozers approached its home. I don't know why I'm telling this story now, after all these years. Maybe because enough time has passed that it doesn't matter if people believe me or not. Maybe because at 57, I care less about what others think. Or maybe because that silent watcher deserves to have its story told, even if it's only through my eyes, through my fear-frozen moment on a September morning in 1980. I know what I saw in those woods. It was real. It was watching me just as intently as I was watching it. And in those black eyes, I saw something I still can't explain. Not animal, not human, but aware, conscious, present, the silent watcher of Monroe County.